Let's stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Dale, if you would take attendance, please.
Yes, sir. Amanda Miller.
Present.
Josh Fedor. I heard Josh might be attending remotely.
He is here, yes.
Can you put him up? We have to see him. Oh, there he is. So, Josh Fedor.
Present.
Okay. Jim Hurst.
Present.
Josh Martin.
Present.
Kathy Postley. Absent. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4 out of 5 present. So we do have a quorum.
Okay, we have a quorum. It will take a 3-1 vote, at least a 3-1 vote for anything to pass this evening. The meeting minutes from the October 1st meeting have been disseminated and I'm sure reviewed. Is there any corrections or notes to the minutes? May I get a motion for approval?
I'll give you a motion.
Thank you for your motion. May I get a second?
I'll second.
Thank you.
Amanda Miller.
Aye.
Josh Martin.
Aye.
Jim Hurst.
Aye.
Josh Fedor.
Aye.
Approved.
And I should add, everything tonight will be a voice vote since we have a member attending remotely. Looks like my mic is still coming up. I'll borrow Ms. Miller's. Okay. We will now call up 2025-31-UV and 2025-32 UV landscape contractor and contractor storage use variance pursuant to section 194.082, table 2, to provide for the use of landscape contractor in the rural single and two-family residential R2 zoning district, and a use variance pursuant to section 194-082, table 2, to provide for the use of contractor storage in the rural single and two-family residential zoning district. We'll start with our staff report.
Yes, sir. Just for Josh and Amanda, I received several, I think 3 or 4 letters of interest in support for this petition. I didn't have an opportunity to put them on the website, so that's what I was giving you in that packet, was those letters that arrived today. So to circle back to the staff report, the property's located at 8802 West Oak Street. It's located in one of our residential R2 zoning classifications. According to the zoning ordinance, the 2 uses that are being requested, one as landscape contractor, the second is contractor storage. Landscape contractor requires a use variance as well as the contractor storage. You'll see here on the screen, if I can pull it up, a conceptual layout of what they are proposing. Some of the, give it a second to pull up. There is an existing barn, and I'll let the petitioner speak to some of the improvements they're proposing as part of the project. But here's a rough conceptual layout. You'll see there's parking provided. They're addressing some of the driveway concerns as well as some of the buffering. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer on that. To skip to, I guess, the property history real quick, touch base on that. The property came through roughly a couple of years ago, maybe 3 years ago. Some variances were approved at that time. I think Kathy, I can't remember if Josh was on the board at that time, but those previous variances were approved. Skipping through today, and those variances were for canopies to the existing barn. Those all were approved. Skipping through to today, they are proposing a list of commitments to utilize the existing facilities to essentially house their landscape business. To go through the commitments they have offered as part of this proposal, they're going to comply with all home occupation requirements. They are electing to not burn materials brought onto the property from off-site landscape projects. They're not going to conduct on-site sales. They're going to limit business operations to clerical tasks and storage and maintenance of equipment. No bulk mulch, pavers, stones, or gravel for commercial use. Not to disturb the peace, safety, or appearance of the nearby neighborhood, and comply with all buffering, lighting, and parking requirements of the town zoning code. Speaking to the surrounding land uses in the staff report, this site is surrounded by 3 different types of zoning: R1, R2, and what we call a planned unit development, which is located to the north. The planned unit development will have multifamily. To the east is R2, and to the south is R2, both of which are developed with single-family housing subdivisions. One of the Lakeview subdivision, and I'm not saying the other one, but it's developed, and you'll see the photo in the staff report. The comprehensive plan, we'll touch on that when we start going through our questions here. To skip to staff's analysis as far as the findings of fact, specifically for the landscape contractor, we'll talk on that one first. Number 1, the grant will not be injurious to public health and safety. Staff agrees with the petitioner. While the requested use likely will impact properties that adjoin the site, in staff's opinion, the overall general Zionsville community will not be impacted by this request. With the petitioner's commitments and the existing berm along Oak Street, members of our community will likely drive by this location and not see any changes, especially since the use will be in the backyard behind the existing house. The petitioner is also required to adhere to applicable building and fire codes, which are intended to protect the public health and safety. So for those reasons, staff believes criteria number 1 was met. Number 2, the use or value of the area adjacent to the property included in the variance will not be affected in a substantially adverse manner. Criteria number 2, staff disagrees with. Despite the commitments provided by the petitioner, the property will still be used for non-residential purposes. Examples: employees will still be driving to the site. Their vehicles will still be parked. They'll still be driving away in work vehicles, still loading and unloading work trailers and work equipment in mornings and afternoons. Although the business plan says they have 5 employees, unless the BZA places conditions on their approval, staff has no way to regulate that. So this, in theory, without conditions, could grow to more than 5 employees. Even if the BZA were to place conditions of approval, limiting the number of employees or future expansion, these conditions would be challenging for staff to regulate. For this reason, staff believes the use and value of residential properties surrounding the site would be adversely affected. Number 3, the need for the variance arises from conditions peculiar to the property involved. Staff disagrees again with the petitioner on criteria number 3. The need for this variance does not arise from a condition peculiar to the property. In their findings, they point to existing structures, the location of the site, minimum use requirements, and buffering as conditions peculiar to this property that's creating the need for this variance request. Staff disagrees with that assessment. This is a residentially zoned piece of property developed with a single-family residence and accessory structure in their backyard. This is common in Zionsville, especially in our rural residential zoning districts, such as R2. From staff's review, there is nothing peculiar about the site, like easements or topography of the land, that creates the need for this variance request. For that reason, staff disagrees with the petitioner on this criteria. Item number 4, strict application of the zoning ordinance would result in unnecessary hardship in the use of the property. Again, item number 4, staff disagrees with the petitioner. Staff defines unnecessary hardship as all relevant factors taken together indicate the land involved cannot yield reasonable return because of unique circumstance. Claim of unnecessary hardship justifying the grant of a variance cannot be based on self-created conditions. A mere showing of economic loss is not sufficient. Staff believes this property already produces a reasonable return, supporting a 2,800 square foot home and a 2,700 square foot accessory structure. Denying this request does not eliminate the petitioner's ability to continue using this property for its intended purpose, which is a single and two-family residential use. Given the property's current status, nothing in the zoning ordinance prohibits the petitioner from using this property for residential purposes. Simply because the zoning ordinance does not allow for certain uses, such as landscape contractor, in this residential zoning classification, that does not mean the zoning ordinance is creating an unnecessary hardship in the use of the property. All property in Zionsville is limited to uses permitted within their specific zoning districts. This is not a unique hardship to the site. Again, staff could not identify unique circumstances creating an unnecessary hardship. For example, an easement or topography of the land. Even though the petitioner's proposed findings point to cost associated with finding a site with similar characteristics, mere showing of economic loss is not sufficient for granting a variance. Lastly, the property was zoned R2 when the petitioner relocated to the site. The petitioner is responsible for knowing which uses are allowed on the property. If the petitioner researched uses in the R2 zoning district, they would have discovered that landscape contractor is not permitted at this location. Based on the definition of unnecessary hardship, staff views this as a self-created condition that does not rise to the standard for granting a use variance. Because of these reasons, staff disagrees with the petitioner on item number 4. The last one, item number 5, the grant does not interfere substantially with the comprehensive plan. Staff disagrees on this criteria. The comprehensive plan recommends medium-density residential. Table 2 in section 194082, which is our authorized uses and requirements for rural residential zoning districts, places the use of landscape contractor in the category for non-industrial, farm, agricultural, and animal-related uses, none of which are closely aligned with the comprehensive plan's recommendation of medium-density residential. Staff believes introducing this use in this area of Zionsville would be contrary to recommendations found in the comprehensive plan. For this reason, staff disagrees again with the petitioner for item number 5. Circling back now to the second variance request, which is for contractor storage. We again disagree based on items number 2, 3, 4, and 5. Quickly to get to those items. Item number 2, the use or value of the area included in the variance will not be affected. Again, we disagree with the petitioner's findings. Despite commitments provided, this property, again, is still used for industrial purposes. Employees still will be driving to the site. They're still parking their vehicles. They're still driving away in work vehicles, loading and unloading trailers. Even though their business plan, again, says 5 employees, unless a condition is placed that restricts future expansion, nothing prohibits this business from hiring additional workers to accommodate an increase in business demand, at which point more employees would be arriving at this location, dropping off vehicles, picking up work equipment, et cetera. Even if there was a condition placed, it's challenging for staff to regulate this condition. So for these reasons, staff believes this item has not been addressed. We disagree with the petitioner on this criteria. Number 3, the need for the variance arises from some condition peculiar to the property. Again, we disagree. Staff was not able to find anything unique to this site. The petitioner points to existing structures, the location, minimum use requirements, buffering as conditions. Staff disagrees with this assessment. This is a residentially zoned piece of property developed with a single-family residence with an accessory structure in their backyard, which again is very common in Zionsville, especially in our residential zoning districts. From staff's review, this is nothing peculiar about the site. When you look for easements or topography, creating the need for a variance request. Item number 4, again, we disagree. Strict application of the terms of the zoning ordinance would result in unnecessary hardship in the use of the property. Staff disagrees with this assessment. We define unnecessary hardship as the following. All relevant factors taken together indicate the land involved cannot yield a reasonable return because of unique circumstances. A claim of unnecessary hardship justifying the grant of a variance cannot be based on self-created conditions. Mere showing of economic loss, again, is not sufficient. Staff believes, as previously stated, this property produces and yields a reasonable return, supporting a 2,800 square foot single-family home, a 2,700 square foot accessory structure. Denying this request does not eliminate the petitioner's ability to continue the property for its intended purpose, which is single and two-family residential. Given the property's current status, nothing in the zoning ordinance prohibits the petitioner from using this property for residential purposes. As previously stated, simply because the zoning ordinance does not allow for certain uses, in this case contractor storage, in this residential zoning classification, that does not mean the zoning ordinance is creating an unnecessary hardship. All property in Zionsville is limited to uses permitted within their specific zoning districts. This is not a hardship unique to the site. Furthermore, staff could not identify unique circumstances that would create unnecessary hardship, for example, an easement or topography as previously stated. Even though the petitioner's proposed findings point to cost associated with finding a new site, mere showing of economic loss is not sufficient. For these reasons, staff again does not believe this criteria was met. The last criteria, number 5, the grant does not interfere substantially with the comprehensive plan. Again, we disagree on item number 5. The comprehensive plan recommends medium density residential. Our zoning ordinance identifies contractor storage as an industrial use. Introducing industrial uses in this area of Zionsville is contrary to the recommendations found in the comprehensive plan. Because of this reason, staff believes this has not been met. To summarize quickly, again, request number 1 to allow the use of landscape contractor. Staff is unfavorable toward that requested use variance. Item number 2, to allow the use of contractor storage. Again, staff is unfavorable toward that requested variance. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. Otherwise, I'm going to turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Fellow board members, do you have any questions for staff?
None.
Okay, I'm going to ask one now because I could ask it later, but I'm afraid you may not know the answer and you can take a minute to research it. There is a draft revision to the comprehensive plan. Does that change the recommended land use in this area?
You are correct in that I don't know the answer right off the top of my head. I will need a second to look.
Forgive me, I meant to look before I got here too, and I failed
That's
to
it.
look. So.
Mike, you've had probably more meetings with it. You may be able to speak to it.
I'm going to go get the plan and look at that right now for you.
Yeah, I think that would be nice for us to know. Thank you, Mr. Dale. Mr. Dale, do you wish for us to wait for you to return before we can proceed? Thank you. Okay, with no other questions from board members, I will invite the petitioner to come to the podium, state your name and your address.
Good evening. My name is Chris Hammerly, and 1620 West Oak Street here in Zionsville. And I'm an attorney, and my clients are Allie and Thomas Gottschalk, sitting here in the front row on the end. If you'd please raise your hands. And they are the petitioners here this evening. So I want to first start, as Jonathan said, we're here for 2 use variances, one for contractor storage, the other for landscape contractor business use. We've kind of termed it as a storage plus because really what's going on this property is more storage than it is business use, but I'll get into that in more detail. But by way of background, this property has been in its current condition for roughly 3 decades, I believe, if not longer. So when you look at the plat that we originally filed with our petition, you can see that the barn has been there for decades, as well as the paved drive and the parking area. And if you take a look at the screen, all the paved drive and parking area is highlighted in yellow. That's not something we're proposing. That's something that already exists. And the barn that is there to the right of the highlighted area has also been there for decades. So The Gottschalks aren't asking to make improvements or modify the property, but rather use the property as it is intended and as it has existed for many decades. This is a small family-run business, roughly 5 employees, I think 5 or 6. 6, including the owner, and the owner and his son are 2 of the employees, if you will, and they reside there. So they've been in business for roughly 14 years. They do all off-site landscape work, landscape contracting, and they provide the service in large part for a lot of Zionsville residents. And you can see from the letters in support that there are many people in the community that use their services and are supportive of them. In addition, they actually provide services for the town. I believe they have a couple contracts where they do landscaping services for the town itself. So this is not someone who's coming in from outside, again, making improvements and trying to set up a business. This is pretty much an ongoing endeavor for a while. So that's the background, and I want to just say thank you to Jonathan because we had several discussions leading into this, and he was extremely helpful in piecing this together because we were convinced when we came in that all we were going to ask for was one use variance, and that is for storage, because that's really, again, we're calling it Storage Plus, which is not a term of art, but he, through our discussions, had directed us, rightly so, that we need 2 variances, because what we're asking for, in addition to the storage, is to allow 3 individuals, 3 employees per day to come on the property to basically stage the equipment, put it on the trailers, and take it off. So with regard to the first one, the contractor storage use, they have roughly 4 lawnmowers that are used in their business, 4 trailers, and what's called a skid steer, which I believe, for those that don't know, is kind of a small earth mover. All that equipment fits in the barn as it is. Again, no improvements are being requested, none will be made. The trailers would sit behind the property, or behind the house rather, and would be out of view. So with regard to the storage use, there's buffering all around the property. And Jonathan, could I trouble you to pull up the flash drive? So photo A represents a view of the front of their property from across the street. So as you drive by their property, you will note that the only improvements they've made are landscaping and beautification, and they've had many compliments by people in the community that have actually, some of which have written them cards saying that they appreciate the effort that they've put into beautifying the property. So you can't even actually this time of year see the house from the street, much less the barn or the back of the property. And Jonathan, if you could scroll up to the next one, and that's just a reverse view, so you get an idea, better idea of what the plantings are on the berm that's in front of the house and the gated drive as you come in. That's a view from the west of the property. As you can see, there's an 8-foot fence that runs the length of the property. They already have some trees there. I think they would need some additional buffering by way of landscaping, but they're more than willing to work through the regulations to make sure they comply. It's my understanding that the Wild Air project that's going in there, there's going to be a road to the left of those trees. So what's being planned there, and I think already approved, there won't be houses or apartments sitting there. It's actually going to be a road to allow people to get in and out of that particular project. So from a buffering standpoint, I think that they will be more than covered there. If you could go to the next photo, please, Jonathan. That's a view from the west, which there may be neighbors here in adjoining properties. I did not want to take photos of all of your properties, so I just took one that I think is representative of the view during the entire length of the west side of the property. Again, there is a fence that you cannot see due to the foliage, but that runs, again, for the length of the property. Photo E is a view from the paved parking area to the back of their property. So that's inside the property, and they're working on that berm that they've created to beautify that more. Again, the Wild Air project, I believe there'll be apartments behind those trees, but all those trees belong to my clients, and they intend to keep them and add more. And I do believe there is, I think we just submitted it today, so you have it in paper form, but there is an email from one of the project individuals on the Wild Air project, and he has expressed his support for what they're doing as well. So I think that addresses the contractor storage use. The second petition, and I'm going to go through and address one by one Jonathan's disagreements with our findings. I think they all kind of overlap with both petitions, so if you'll permit me, I'll just jump to the landscape contractor use. And as for that, as I said, they're simply seeking permission to allow up to 3 employees per day to come to the property, pick up, and drop off equipment. That would involve loading mowers onto trailers, leaving their vehicle, and then returning later to drop the equipment off. Their business hours are Monday through Friday, and I must say that I've been very envious that they do no work on the weekends. So, but this would be limited Monday through Friday from 7:30 a.m., please correct me if I get any of this wrong, to 6:30 p.m. So there'll be no operations going on during the weekend as far as employees coming on and off the property. Again, the buffering is such that all these activities, the comings and goings, which will be limited, will be hidden from view. The trips will be minimal, and any noise is limited simply to starting vehicles and the equipment, and there is already ample paving, which would keep down any dust concerns and things of the like. So before I get into the specific disagreements within the staff's report, I want to just touch back on the commitments that they're making before you tonight. Jonathan did an excellent job in hitting each one of those, but I think it's important, again, for neighbors, the community, and obviously the board to hear, because they know there have been concerns in the past. I can tell you that, these things are not easy to navigate from a legal perspective, and since we've been involved, we've helped them walk through this and put together a proper petition and seek these variances. But the very first one, which I think is the biggest point of concern from the neighbors, is that they're not going to burn any materials on the property. So a lot of times landscapers go to a property, they cut things down, they bring it back, and it's easier to burn it than it is to pay to get rid of it. They are committed to paying, even though it's at their cost, to dump these items properly to dispose of them. They are not going to store bulk mulch, which I know can present a fire hazard. They won't store gravel, pavers, stone, or the like on the property. So that to the extent anyone is concerned that there are people going to be coming and going, delivering and dropping off, that's not going to be happening. There won't be any on-site sales, which means no clients will ever come to this property. Again, this is their house. They don't want people on their property, and they like living there, and they want to keep the peace. So They're not going to disturb the peace. They're going to comply with any additional buffering and work with the neighbors to add any consistent with their concerns. And to the extent that there would be lighting requirements, they will, of course, comply with those. And any parking is already adequately provided for, so they won't have to pave. There won't be a disruption as far as construction goes or anything like that. They're also agreeing to limit employee visits to site so that there are no more than 3 employee vehicles on the property at any one given time. So other than their own personal vehicles and the trailers, there would never be more than 3 employees' cars on any given day where they're picking it up. They will not operate the business outside of the hours that I already indicated, Monday through Friday, 6:30 or 7:30 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. And there won't be any signage that they're going to put up. They're not going to be advertising. They're not going to, you know, again, they live there and they want to keep their commitment to beautifying the property. So I know as you work through these things, and as Jonathan mentioned, there's always an issue of enforcement. So it's all well and good that people come before you and say, here's what we're going to do, but how do we really hold you to that? And we don't want to be in the business of policing everything. But they would be willing to do a conditional sunset provision if that's something that the board would feel more comfortable with, so that perhaps in 2 years they come back before you. If the board isn't satisfied, then the variance terminates. Otherwise, they're granted an extension. And to the extent that there are any problems or reports in the interim, all those could be addressed, and there's something hanging over their head from your perspective to be the good neighbors that they already are. So they would condition any sunset provision based upon the town's standard language. So if that's something that you want to consider or feel more comfortable with, we could put together a proposed finding and submit that to you. So as far as the staff's findings that we don't meet certain criteria, the first one is that the use or value of the area adjacent included in the variance will not be affected in a substantially adverse manner. As has been requested tonight, the new comprehensive plan is not in effect, obviously, but the one we have now is considerably old, which is why they're working through that. I found it interesting when I was reading it that one of the first stated goals was to add a more diverse tax base so that we're not just relying on residential taxes to fund our schools, et cetera. And I realize, you know, we're not Eli Lilly coming in here and you're some major business that you're going to use as a tax base. But I do think it is consistent with the spirit of the new plan that is under discussion. I also think what's perhaps more instructive, and maybe why the plan is being revisited, is what's actually going on in this artery. 334 Oak Street, as we all know, is becoming a higher intensive use area, whether it's permitted or not. And for reference, there was at least one tax preparation business that was being run out of a home. There was a home offering yoga classes nearby. And as you drive down Oak Street, we've all seen the painting trucks with the ladders and equipment that sit directly on the street. We've seen people selling firewood and signage and selling things off of semi-trailers in the front yard on the corridor. And, you know, whether those are permitted or not, and I'm not here to dump on those individuals, I'm just saying that what's going on there is more of a multi-purpose use right now. That's kind of the direction it's going, is the way it appears anyway. Our client's operation will be nothing like any of those that I just discussed because, again, you will not see it. It's simply not visible from any angle whatsoever. Lastly, the Zionsville Fellowship Church is located almost right next door as well. And obviously, churches have many permitted uses for very good reasons. But I think in this day and age, churches have become more community centers, and they offer daycare, and basically there's use 7 days a week. So that's kind of right next door where people are coming and going anyway. I pointed out the Wild Air egress and ingress. Is that right? Egress. Maybe I did say it correctly, but that's not how I heard it anyway. But at any rate, I point that out because from a traffic standpoint, there's actually going to be more traffic right next to them that has nothing to do with them going in and out of that new subdivision. So there won't be a traffic impact from what they're doing. It's already a major artery. So when you look at this combined mixed use that's going on, we don't believe that our use will affect the value in a substantially adverse way. Jonathan pointed out that we didn't address future expansion, and that's because we don't have a plan for future expansion. So if they do want to expand, they anticipate coming back to you later, which would require additional variances. But they are willing to cap their employees basically at what they have now to allay any concerns with expansion. The second one that the staff points out, that the need for the variance doesn't arise from a condition peculiar to the property. We disagree, as we mentioned, that the property has been in the same condition for decades. The barn is an existing structure which is intended to store equipment. That's why it's been there, and that's what we want to use it for. And it's a necessity to operate the business. The third one that they disagree that a strict application of the zoning ordinance doesn't result in an unnecessary hardship. And you hear people argue all the time of what it costs, you know, if you're not permitted a variance. But again, we respectfully disagree that this is a family-run business. They do live on the property, and to not grant their request, we believe would essentially trap them in an area which has evolved into a more of an intense use, again, permitted or not, and it's outgrown the comprehensive plan. Their use is unique to the property and would cause a financial hardship because they would have to do business further away from where they are, which is where their customer base is, away from their clientele, and that would have all kind of financial ramifications for them. This is not a self-created hardship because this is how the property has existed. And lastly, we respectfully disagree with the staff that granting the variances do not interfere substantially with the comprehensive plan. I think we've already touched on that, where our assessment and where we believe that is going, and we believe that this is exactly the type of use which is in reality already occurring in the area and consistent with the goals of the new plan that's being revised. So in closing, I just want to reiterate, and if I could ask anyone that's here in support of the Gottschalk's petition tonight, could you just raise your hand, please? Okay, thank you. The use isn't going to alter the property. It's not going to be visible. There's a lot of buffering. And the business use, as I've said, going back to the Storage Plus, is basically in name only because there's not going to be actual business conducted. But technically under the law, in order to stage the equipment and invite employees on, we do have to ask for the additional use variance. But they're essentially asking to store equipment. under very limited conditions, to pick it up and drop it off. Thank you. My clients and I are all available to answer whatever questions you may have. I'm not going to go through and hit all the same staff points, if that's okay, because I think they all sort of overlap, and I think my arguments apply to both. But I'm happy to if you think one is unique to the other.
I think the board questions would lead us, might lead us to you having to explain more, but I think
Sure.
we're happy with where we are right now.
Okay.
Do we have any questions for the petitioner?
Yeah, I have a few. You said, well, I'm just curious, you guys have been in business for 14 years. Where have you guys been operating your business for the past 14 years?
I'm sorry,
Sorry.
we'll need you to come up and introduce yourself, name and address, and speak at the podium.
Thomas Gottschalk, 8802 Oak Street. Previously, we've operated the business out of 2 other locations, all being our house, in rural areas, same sort of setup. This, no, I guess that's the long and short of it. I guess I don't need to go any longer than that. I mean,
So you no longer have those locations. I guess I'm wondering where the business is being operated as it sits today. In some of these photos that you provided, it looks as if, you know, this barn shot that, I mean, I see a couple tractors and trailers, maybe that's a skid steer, it's kind of hard to tell. It looks like there's equipment on the site
Right.
already.
We have, I mean, we have personal equipment too.
Yeah.
We have a lake/cabin property, which is 40 acres to maintain. So we've, a lot of the equipment we use for that, as was touched on earlier, like some of the brush and stuff we brought came from those, you know, which we said we won't do. I mean, we won't do that anymore. Which is fine, completely fine with me. I mean, if that's, I didn't realize how big of a issue that was. But more or less, everything, you know, everything you said, like the skid steer and the tractors and stuff, I mean, some of them are multi-use, you know, or most of them multi-use personal, and then if the business needs them, you know, but for the most part, I mean, we don't, I don't know.
Yeah, no, thank you, I appreciate it. It's just that it was said, and I quote, "This is how the property has existed," and so it kind of made it seem like everything has changed around you and you've been operating this way and it's changed your permitted use, but I don't feel like that's exactly what's happened, correct? Or,
Well, I think what I meant to say was one of the reasons they came there, and it's been in the family for 30-some-odd years,
Yeah.
I think, through grandparents, et cetera. There's a consent from the owner. They don't even actually own the property right now. But that's why they moved there, was the intended purpose was to operate as they had been elsewhere. And I think that's where they got a little crossways with the ordinance as well, which is why they came to us to try to get the variances so that they could operate in that manner. But what I meant to say was that it's set up for their intended use, and they're not making improvements to it, but it wasn't designed for that.
okay,
If
got
that
it.
makes sense.
That makes sense, yeah.
Sorry, could you help me? How long have you operated the business out of this property?
Well, technically, we do not operate.
I'm sorry, with what you're seeking a variance for tonight,
Yeah.
how long have you been operating in a way that is causing you to seek this variance?
See, we've been living there for 2.5 years, I believe, has been. And then we went through the variance process the first time, and we didn't get, I don't know, we didn't have our ducks in a row. I know ignorance is no excuse for the law, but there was a lot of things that we just didn't know which is why we contacted Chris and we're like, hey, what we're doing hasn't been working. The directions we've gone, we're clearly wrong. We need somebody to assist us that knows, you know, what steps we need to take, and that's why we're here.
Thank you.
Yep.
I guess I had a question. It could be to either of you two. We got 3 letters today But in regards to the actual residents that live directly adjacent to the property, have you heard from any of those individuals?
Sorry, I'll answer for the first one. One of those, I believe, is the email from the Wild Air developer. So that would be directly adjacent. I'll let my client speak to.
Is that Neil
Yes,
Goradia?
that's correct.
I guess my question is more pertaining to actual residents,
Right, and I'll
not
let
developers.
him take that one.
As of current situation, I have not heard directly from a single resident anywhere around us that we have been causing any issues to their property or anything like that. And I was always under the assumption that if you had an issue with something that your neighbor was doing, you go knock on their door and say, hey, you know, can you help us out here, type of thing. And, you know, we're more than happy to do that, you know. But the only time I've ever heard a complaint is through the town and through the code enforcement. Nobody's directly approached us year to date, or the entire time we've been here.
Do we have a letter from anybody that lives there?
From,
Submitted?
I guess that was gonna be my next question. We saw a lot of hands raised, but is there actually any residents that live near the area that are in support?
There are several people that have signed up
Okay.
to speak, and so that might inform us, Mr.
Yes.
Barton. The link isn't present in the PDF sent to us, but in the agenda that's online, there are both letters of support and remonstrance that are separate.
Sorry, I should have directed you to that. There are a multitude of letters in support, and there are some against, and those were all previously filed. But I think there were at least 3, maybe 4 actual neighbors that are here in support. Is that correct? Okay, thank you.
Didn't know if we wanted to invite the people that have come here to speak, or if we had more questions. I'm happy either way.
I just have a couple more, because I know you did write out a great operational plan. I did notice a few differences in the fact that in the operational plan, you know, which I guess goes back to Jonathan's point, it's hard to put conditions on anything, right? And here it says 5 individuals will be operating out of this, including you and your son. And then you said obviously 6, including you. You know, you guys will be operating under normal business hours. However, I know you have snow removal in here, and when it snows, it doesn't care if it's normal business hours, right? Those trucks go out. So,
yes, but they're all off-site.
okay,
during
so
the winter.
those snow removal trucks are off-site, because it did say in here that you would be storing snow equipment. I don't know the exact verbiage. it said.
The snow plows.
Snow plows.
Will be stored there during the summer, during the off-season. But during the winter, when everything's hooked up and ready for snow removal, our place is the place that we work out of. It's actually a buddy's place that does up in Lebanon, and that's where our salt is stored, and that's where our equipment is stored. Like, we won't be at all hours of the night coming in and out, other
Got
than
it.
plowing the driveway maybe, but.
Okay, so that's why, like the mulch would be in the pavers. That's why you won't need this property to store any of that stuff. You have another site that you have all that stuff at.
Well, no, so our mulch and materials we purchase from Green Cycle, which there's a letter that the manager of Green Cycle has wrote on our behalf, which I don't know, do they have that or not?
It did not make its way in front of you tonight.
But he listed on there that that we've been consistent buyers for the last 14 years daily, which would obviously mean that we're not storing materials on site if we're buying them from them daily, and as well as dumping our materials that we take away from properties and such. And he had on there the amount of cubic yards that we've done. I mean, it was pretty extensive, so.
Okay, wonderful.
Yes, we have no desire to store any materials on site or have dump trucks coming in and out. That's not what this is about at all.
I think if I could add too, as far as the 5 employees versus 6, it's, we didn't count him as an employee as the owner, so.
All right. sounds like we can invite the public to come up and speak if you gentlemen would be seated for now.
Thank you.
There was a sign-up list up front. I'm going to call those names in the order that I see them on the list. And if I mispronounce your name, forgive me. David Reeds. If you would come up, state your name and your address.
Hi, I'm David Revis. I live at 200 Spring Drive in Zionsville, been there for 25 years, but I'm the property owner at 639 Karen Drive. Currently rent the property out. I want to stand and oppose the petition. Nothing against the business or the people that own the property, but apparently over the last couple of years, they've been in violation of the current zoning. They've been burning materials on the weekend and during the week. They've been operating chainsaws. And have disregarded the current zoning, R2 that they're in. Based on that, I don't think their petition should be granted. I understand the conditions they're putting on themselves if this is approved, but I think what that does is it will shift the burden to monitor their activities to the neighbors, folks adjacent to their property, to complain if something goes wrong or they don't comply with their own conditions. And given their history of not complying with the zoning as it stands, we have very little confidence that they will comply with the conditions they've put forth. So I urge the town to reject the petition. And then finally, I'd just like to address the letters of support that they've received. If those letters of support come from neighbors, and I guess a few do support this, I think those neighbors have standing. I believe that customers, suppliers, other businesses, those folks who don't live directly adjacent to the property at the current time really have no standing in this case. Great that they wrote the letters, but really it's the folks to the east of the property that get the smoke, that get the noise, that experience the harm that the businesses could do to the property values there. Those are the people who have standing. It's the Karen Drive, Lakewood Drive neighborhood. Any questions?
I have one, sorry. They've owned the property or been occupying the property for the last 2.5 years. It sounds like there was maybe some ignorance in how they could use the property, and when they went through this whole process the first time, it sounds like that was a big education. Are you saying that since they've been through that first round, however many years ago that was, 2 years ago, that they've still operated outside the ordinance?
Correct.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify.
And that, to me, cast doubt on their ability to comply with the conditions of the future going forward. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you. Mark Gerlich. You come to the podium, state your name and address, please.
Mark Erlach, I live at 651 East Russell Lake Drive, right across the street. I've known him for a couple years. People talk about burning things and that stuff. Well, then I guess I'm in the wrong also, because I do a lot of bonfires in my front yard. When we have brush and everything else, that's the only way to get rid of it. Noise and that, they have kept it to the minimum since they've moved in. The landscaping across the street is just totally outstanding. They've boxed themselves in by putting up privacy fencing and that stuff because people were complaining that they could see something from a certain angle or something like that. So they made sure everything is covered up. And honestly, I'd go forth with them. I mean, with all these other businesses that are down West Oak Street, like the lawyer mentioned, is the paint company. There's, I mean, several different businesses going on, and for some odd reason, your inspectors and that stuff have gone after these people alone. And what I've heard at different times is actually have gone onto their property without permission. So, other than that, yeah, I'm for them. Anything? Good?
Thank you, Mark. Mr. David Russell, if you're here, if you would approach and give your name and address.
Russell, 806 Eaglewood Drive, approximately a half mile west. Also here kind of representing Earl Russell Heating and Cooling. I'm the third generation of a fourth generation business here in town. I grew up in Mark's home. Began living there in 1958. We moved to town into the village about 71. What we used the barn for was playing basketball with Dr. Haynes. That's what the barn was really used for in those days. I think that property looks as good or better than it ever has. It looks beautiful. You've done a wonderful job at that. I've paid attention. I drive past there multiple times a day. I don't see a lot of traffic or anything. So I don't live right next door, so I don't see the smoke, the noise. So if you would happen to okay this, my question would be, do I and my son, do we get to buy a property on Oak Street that has a barn? If we do as beautiful a job as they did, may I run my service business there? We're about the same size. Can I run my business there? I'm going to guess the answer is going to be no. So I don't see how we do that. I was glad to hear people talk about the painting business. I pass by that to go back to my house every day. I don't like that. I don't get to do that. I bought a property out on Michigan Road and have turned that into a nice property, I believe. So, in as much as they've done a wonderful job, I don't think that changes that the zoning is not proper there. Thank you.
Michael Corral, if you're present, if you please come, state your name and address.
Michael Crowell, 652 West Russell Lake Drive. And I've been at that location since 1998. And where the property is located is on the south side of Oak Street, just kind of diagonal across from the Goschalk property. And I was friends with the former resident, Mike Snyder, the grandfather of Allie. And Mike ran a firewood business there. And I go over and help him split wood, started in the early 2000s. And did we use chainsaws a lot? Oh yeah, lots of them. Did we use the log splitter a lot? Was it running a long time? Oh yes, of course it was. And then with the scraps from the wood, guess what happened with it? Got into a big pile and it got burnt. And some big fires from time to time. And was there the first peep out of anybody about it? Not the first peep. And so, you know, the property had been used for that type of stuff for a long time. So the current situation is kind of in a continuation. And And since the Goschalks have moved in, they've improved the property and et cetera and so forth. Wonderful landscaping with the privacy fences there. I live right across the street. And if you didn't have prior knowledge of those items being there, you would never know. Even if you were looking for them, you would not know that as how well that they have dressed their property up and have concealed the equipment from the casual observer out on the highway. You would never know. And And with that, you know, we need to maybe shift gears and talk about the elephant in the room. And the elephant in the room, well, I gotten ahead of myself. But anyway, on the property adjacent to me to the west, there have been 2 attempts to develop that. The first was the nursing home, and then the second was there was a high-density housing development wanting to go in. And I attended those planning meetings, and they both got rejected. And part of the comments at the end of the process about one of the reasons for rejection was the perception of possible traffic issues. And everybody was happy at the time. And then along comes Wild Air Farms. And, excuse me, and also the courtyards of Russell Oaks. I think Russell Oaks have put in excess of, what, 150 units of housing. Wild Air Farms is on target of going north of 700. And average speaking, you know, each unit of housing brings 2 cars with it. They're both on the road at 8 o'clock in the morning, and the traffic on Oak Street is just atrocious. But the findings of their traffic engineering was that there would be no adverse effect on traffic. And people walked out just scratching their heads over that one because they just couldn't understand that. And so the noise, the Wild Air Farms construction equipment is over there a lot. I watch it. It's right across the street from me. And the one incident that, or the situation, I watched them working right along the berm of the highway for a great period of time during the summer. There was an issue of a gas line and also the tying into the sewer lines and et cetera and so forth. And those equipments would be out there quite early in the morning and creating a lot of noise. And if you take a look at the map, if you go straight down East Oak Street, you run into Karen Drive. So the noise emanating from that place passes over the Goshchalk property and over to Karen Drive and Lakeview. And so the perception of the people on Karen Drive, where's the noise coming from their point of view? We might want to keep that in mind. And with there was a spirited opposition to the Wild Air Farms. Of course, you know, it got approved, and the people, should I say, were somewhat disappointed. And I'll just say that has developed a lot of hypersensitivity of a lot of other people that had it not been for Wild Air Farms, maybe a lot of this wouldn't be happening at all. And that's all I have to say, and any questions? Thank you for your time.
Doug Gummer, if you're present, please state your name and address at the podium.
Douglas Gamir. I live at 8190 Oak Street, so I also, like Mr. Russell, I live about a half a mile away, and we're kind of neighbors. But I just want to say, Thomas has been nothing but good to us. We are his customers, I will say it. And we over the last 15 years since we moved back to Zionsville, I've used several different services, and Thomas has been by far the best one. At a reasonable rate, he's in my neighborhood. His yard looks great. You wouldn't, like they've said, you would never know there was a business there. And I think he went to the trouble of fencing in his backyard and doing everything he can to help. I'm a retired Air Force veteran. I'm disabled, and also have an autoimmune disease that doesn't allow me to do my own yard work anymore. And we were at the point of ready to sell our home, and someone recommended Thomas. We started using him a few years ago, and we're still here living in Zionsville. And he's been a blessing anytime we've needed something. My wife is about my age. She's not the healthiest person either. And he has been just so marvelous to us. And the kind of neighbor that we want and the kind of business person we want in our town. My wife and I are the parents of 8 children and soon to be the 17th grandchild. We have a lot of, and we are the primary daycare or babysitter people for one of those grandchildren around 9 years old. And so they are in and out of, those people are in and out of our house between our kids, our grandkids. My 89-year-old mother lives with us, and she's I don't know, it's 4 sons, 21 grandkids, 45 great-grandkids, some great-grandkids. And she's lived about her whole life about 100 miles from here. There are constant people coming to my home to visit her from Danville, Illinois area. We create far more traffic than Thomas does, a lot of traffic. And we live just about half a mile, So I don't think that's not a consideration because everyone else in that street creating far more than they are. He donates time and equipment to help people and voluntarily without compensation. Another one of the things he does. And I personally, anything you do to him to increase his costs, whether it's his legal bills or making him relocate the business to another expense, you're just putting a tax on me. And as a senior citizen on disability, that just rubs me wrong for someone who's being a very good citizen and a very good neighbor. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to really struggle with this one, but Paul starts with a D. Looks like maybe Denburn, Dentine, forget that. Deinley.
Good evening. My name's Paul Deinlein. I reside at 641 Karen Drive. First of all, I'd like to thank the 15 or so people who wrote in favor of this proposal. They took a lot of time out of their personal day to let us know what a great company they have. And I have no doubt that it is. I'd like to thank all of the residents that have spoken already to tell you the amazing things that they have done to that property. It is gorgeous. It is a model for Zionsville. You drive by and say, wow, that's the front of it. The back of it is what we are here to talk about. 2 years ago, in the original petition, I argued that we should not allow them to redo the back end because they were running a landscaping business out of it at that time. They unequivocally denied that. If you want to go back to the meeting on September 6th of 2023, at the 4-hour, 36-minute, and 43-second mark of that meeting, it was a long one, they stated unequivocally they were not going to run a business out of this address. In that original petition is the letter that was received on July 31st of 2023 that says as follows: as per the recommendation of the meeting with members from the town of Zionsville on 7/24/23, I am writing this letter of clarification to make sure it is clear that we are not now, nor will we be operating a business, TG Landscapes, or Lawnscapes, out of the residence at 8802 Oak Street. We do occasionally have our business equipment, trailers, and trucks on the property, but this is solely due to the fact that we have access to these and are working on our own multiple properties as homeowners and not storing them, parking them, or operating the business, TJ Lawnscapes, we own out of our residence. You had specifically asked, where have they been operating out of? Until 2 years ago, their address was in Lebanon. Their legal address per the state of Indiana is still in Lebanon. They're telling us they're storing some things there. That's great. But building berms and building fences around a property for aesthetics works. I give them all the credit in the world. They've spent a lot of money. None of us that are raising concerns about this are complaining about what it looks like. What we are complaining about is the noise, the ash on our cars, the constant fires. One of the other gentlemen had said we need to pay attention to what they've done in the past to give us an idea of what they will do in the future. The attorney actually said we haven't heard any complaints or we haven't had anything like that. Thomas came up and said, no one's contacted us, we didn't know, I plead ignorance, I should have known better and everything else. But from 2 years ago, we had complaints filed. in your own petition for their property originally, it says, enforcement action was taken in response to separate investigation requests sent on 5/8/23, 5/15/23. You all sent people out to investigate to find out what was going on. That was the start of this. They then stood in this room and told you and produced a letter that said, we aren't doing that, we will never be doing that. You guys can't enforce it because we're here 2 years later after multiple complaints, multiple fire fire trucks being sent to it to put out fires, complaint after complaint after complaint from all of the neighbors on Karen Drive. You can't enforce it. There is no way. In addition, for the staff report, I commend them for their hard work, and I agree with all of it except for your first point where you did not go against them. And that is on the part that reads, the approval will not be injurious to the public health, safety, morals, and general welfare of the community. A. I argue that it is. They are burning fires. They have burnt fires in the past. They have a commercial firewood producing business there that they have sold firewood retail out of the front of their house for years. They're now stating they won't do that anymore, but I don't believe that you guys can enforce that. I know you can. Do you want to enforce that? The amount of stuff that's being brought on the properties to burn everything else, that smoke. My wife is an asthmatic. We live right in the wind path of it. The gentleman that lives on the corner, 86 years old, you have a letter from him. His wife is asthmatic. We had whole weekends over the summer that they could not go outside because they were burning wood for 24 hours Saturday, 24 hours Sunday. So when they say that they haven't been advised or we didn't know that anybody was concerned, the fire department has responded, you all have responded, or the town has responded. We have filed complaint after complaint after complaint. I don't know if you all got the original pictures from 2 years ago that I sent you to what they were doing to the property. I don't know if you got the videos of me of what they're doing now. If you don't, let me know. They were all sent to the planning department, but you have videos of them operating machinery. You can hear the beeping. They're loading and unloading vehicles. It's not just starting. They're safety vehicles. When you back up a Bobcat, it beeps when you pull it forward or when you move it around. So we've had days of beeping when they were coming to the planning department to find out what they would need to do to get this a commercial property. They spent days cleaning it up before they took pictures to then submit to say, this is how it looks. I submitted pictures before they did it and while they did it, okay? We should not, as a neighborhood, have to deal with smoke, noise, any of that in a residential area. Attorney Hammerly also mentioned in the new the new plan commission that he thinks that this would actually fit. I would caution those of you who quote verses from the Bible and take them out of context, which is normally what happens. I would say that he is quoting something out of something that has not been actually published, but is being taken out of context. Yes, Zionsville does want to raise its tax base. You will raise its tax base from 1% to 3%, but you will drop all of our property taxes when our properties go down. I don't think that was the intent of the new document that hopefully we will see tomorrow. This has been an ongoing fight for us, and it has been a fight. And it's not a personal fight against them. It's not against their employees. We don't want them to lose their jobs. We don't want them to lose their clients. But 2 years ago, we stated that they had a business operating someplace else, and they were moving it there. You didn't believe us. They've continued to do it. At one point, the planning department did actually send somebody to their property to say, hey, can I see what's going on? They told them that they were not allowed on the property. You'd have to get a order to be able to do it. So the town didn't pursue it. So they have not been good neighbors. They have not cooperated with the planning department in the past. I do not believe they will do it again. That's on the actual use of the property. If you allow them, if you deny that but allow them the building, they will do what they've already done. They moved in, they've built it, they're now screaming, we're going to lose everything if you take this away from us. That is not your fault. That is their fault. We started this 2 years ago. They said they weren't going to do it. They did it without doing it properly. Any questions for me?
I have one. When you say they were burning firewood and debris 24 hours, were you, give me the latest time they did that over the past 2.5 years? Like, as of recently, they're still doing that, is that what you're saying?
They have not in the past month burnt to that degree. When was their meeting with you guys? When they came in to discuss what they need to do to make it commercial?
We'll take your.
Okay, yeah, so that was the last time, but they have a 20 to 25-foot diameter burn pit. Okay, I don't know if you guys got to see the pictures of that. That's not the neighbor down the street burning his twigs. It's a 20-foot diameter burn pit where they were taking whole sections of trees that they couldn't cut straight for their firewood, throwing them on, lighting it. Okay, that was the last one. A previous one earlier to that, the fire department had come out and said it had already died down, but said you can't be doing this. They did it again when they were cleaning out the property, everything else. So it has not stopped. It is not every single weekend, but it is enough through 2 years to demonstrate that they are being disingenuous with what they're telling you.
I guess I'll just follow up. When was the last time you personally saw them burn wood on their
The last time I walked over to see what was going on would have been when they were cleaning up to take the pictures for them. So since then, since they filed this, they have not been burning any wood to the extent that they were before.
Thank you. I'm going to interject. I am reminded that we don't take such evidence, that no one's under oath, so.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
No, it's not how it works. Mr. Keith Hobson, if you're present, please state your name and address at the podium.
My name's Keith Hobson. My wife and I live at 640 Karen Drive. Our southwest corner meets the northeast corner of their property. And I'd just like to say we've lived in our house since 1980. For 43 years, we had quiet, peaceful neighborhood. We could sit outside, enjoy nature. The last 2.5 years, it's constant chainsaws, skid steers, dump trucks, everything going on constantly in the evenings. During the day, I don't care, people do work during the day, but they do it on weekends. A lot of times these fires they're talking about, they were lit on Friday nights and they'd run all the way through Sunday. I'm the last one that called the fire department on them because I was mowing my yard on a Sunday morning and it got so smoky out there I could not see Oak Street from my house. Ash, my truck was sitting outside just covered with ash. So the rest of my stuff already got stolen by the other people. So they already stated pretty much what I wanted to say.
We appreciate it.
Any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, that is everybody that has signed up to speak. So I will close the public portion of this and invite my fellow board members.
I didn't know there was a list outside to sign up on. Were we made aware of that?
I wasn't here until right at the start of the meeting, so I'm not sure.
None of us were made aware of
I will invite you to come up and speak and state your name, but you will need to go to the podium.
Absolutely. Hi, my name is Lisa Sobosh. I am her aunt. I'm Allie's aunt. I've been showing her dogs for the past year. I've been living on and off at their house. I have never seen what these people are talking about. I've never seen the fires. I've never seen any of it. People burn leaves. They have barn fires in their yards. They have fire pits. Okay? So they're going to go ahead and complain about people who try to do right by everybody else, does favors for people, doesn't charge them to do it, out of the goodness of their hearts. They're some of the nicest people I've ever known. So for someone to be complaining about their beautiful yard that they fixed up so it wouldn't be an eyesore, the traffic on their road is horrible to begin with. You have apartments being built, which is going to cause more traffic. That's going to cause more congestion and more accidents on that road. Their trucks go out in the morning, they're not there all day, they're back by 6:30 at night. There's no noise, there's nothing. You can hear the construction behind their property pretty much all day long. And now they're putting a retention pond in next door to their property as well, where they've been digging, and that's also more noise. So, you know, here's the thing. I grew up in New York. There's always going to be noise. You can hear the traffic. It's louder than any kind of machinery they're going to have. You can hear the traffic going back and forth every single day.
Thank you. Okay, we'll do a couple more if we have to here. You have to come up, state your name and address. And I know we're all neighbors and all Zionsville citizens, and best we can, let's keep the emotion out of our voices, please.
I apologize about the list. I was a little bit late. My name's Kyle Johnson. I'm not actually from Zionsville. I actually am not even related or friends. I'm actually one of their suppliers for all of their landscaping supplies, and your topsoil, mulch, stone, sand, all of that. And when Thomas kind of told me this summer about what was going on, I wanted to make sure I was going to write a letter, but I figured it'd be a little more meaningful for me to come in and say it in person, that I actually have QuickBook evidence that Thomas has everything drop shipped, all of his supplies for each one of his jobs, topsoil, mulch, sand, all of that. We drop ship every one of those loads. We don't drop it at his shop. We drop it at the job site that he's doing it on. Another thing too is all of his brush and stuff, when he's ripping out bushes, old mulch, leaves, that kind of stuff, I actually haul it off. So I haul it back to my site. We let it decompose and turn it into compost to then repurpose later on. So I can say for sure that all of the stuff that Mr. and Mrs. Gottschalk are burning at their site is most likely stuff that's on their property, the limbs and stuff that they're cutting down on said property, not from their business, because I take all of that stuff. I have a very, very large pile at the shop that can prove it. I got cameras there, and you can see it all. So anything that they're doing, the chainsaws, the brush burning, I can contestly say for sure that stuff is coming from their own property, because I intake all of their business excess and waste, and we repurpose it later on. So I just want to say that I can say without a shadow of a doubt that I have never once been asked to drop material at Mr. Gottschalk's property. I have occasionally gone to there with my dump trucks to haul out, because if there's been times when we brought too much, he had to get off the customer's property to finish the job. Our dump trucks got tied up, and so we ended up going there. So a couple of times I saw dump trucks leaving in and out. That was most likely me or one of my guys. We were hauling the excess back off the property to make sure, in all honesty, to keep in regulation or as close to it with you guys. I'm a very, not as large as maybe Green Cycle, but I do a lot of volume. And Mr. Gottschalk does a lot of high-profile clients down here. And I think that personally, he's not running his business out of here, but he is basically doing the equivalent of driving his business truck to his home so he can leave for work in time in the morning. Because he never has us drop anything. He never has us doing business out of his residential home. We do everything on site at the jobs that we're being pertained to.
Thank you. Okay, I am now going to close the public comment of this. And I am reminded the petitioner has a chance to rebut if they wish to.
Thank you. In the interest of time and brevity, I will just say that to the gentleman that indicated that we expressed that we've never heard any concerns, that's not what I said, or at least meant to say, because there have been concerns. There are obviously letters written that are published expressing concern, and that is the impetus behind the commitments made here today by them. And the very first one on the list was no burning. So we didn't just come up with that out of thin air, so to speak. It's designed to allay concerns. I have asthma as well, so I can appreciate that people that have medical conditions do not want to sit in their backyard and smell smoke. So that's the very first thing that they're committed to. From a compliance standpoint, I go back to the sunset provision suggestion that if there is concern, and if you've heard conflicting stories here tonight about the history of the property and what's really going on, if there is that much concern, there's a simple solution, I think, and that's to put in a sunset provision where their variances expire and they come back in 2 years, assuming everything's going well, which we know it will. It'll be extended. If not, it'll terminate. And you have the right, I believe, anyway, to terminate if they're not in compliance anyway. So a sunset provision to me is just nothing more than saying, hey, let's wait it out and see how they do. If they're not in compliance, it's going to be shut down. I'm aware that the fire department has been called. I've talked to the fire chief about this specific property to make sure that there's fire access, because as Jonathan pointed out in our discussions, that if you grant their use variance for storage, that barn will be converted. I think it's a Class 1 structure, which brings with it additional requirements as far as fire safety, suppression, and things like that. So even if you grant this here today, this is not a done deal. They still are probably going to have to go through the Plan Commission and talk about a few other things. But they're willing to make a commitment to everybody here tonight, and those that aren't, that they will comply. And to the extent that you don't believe them, there's a very large hammer over their head, and this can be yanked out from under them at any time. Thank you.
Thank you. Now that I've looked and see what I'm talking about, please do come up.
Yeah.
I hadn't even looked over yet. If you'd state your name and address.
My name is Allie Gottschalk. We live at 8802 Oak Street, 334, whatever you'd like to call it. I just want to address a few things that have been brought up this evening. Regardless of whether or not this does or doesn't get approved, we are still working on our personal property. So if the business stuff is approved, that's great. But after 6:30, we still have the ability to work on our own property. There will be chainsaws running. I can't tell you that they're going to be running 24/7 all day, every day, and on weekends and all of that. We heat our barn with a wood stove. We heat our cabin with a fireplace. We have our own personal stash of wood for ourselves. So we try and be good neighbors. We try and be cognizant. We don't do things late. We have our own kids in our own home. Do we want them up at all hours of the day? Absolutely not. Do we have trucks that come in and off the property for our own use? Absolutely we do. Will they continue be coming on and off? Yes, because we're still working on our own property. They are not business related. I want to be super clear so that if this does get approved and our neighbors see trucks coming on and off or hear chainsaws or anything along those lines, that you understand that we are still working on the property ourselves. The picture that our attorney had pulled up here.
Ma'am, if you would address the board.
I'm sorry.
That's right.
The picture that our attorney had up here earlier showed the back of the berm in the backyard. It is solid dirt. We are not done. We've been in communication with Wild Air. When they started digging for that retention pond, our back lot flooded. It was underwater. We had geese swimming in our backyard. So there's still a lot of things that they're working on for us, that we're working on ourselves, trying to raise it so that we don't have a swamp in the backyard. Our boys ride their four-wheelers, they ride their dirt bikes. We live there. So will there be absolutely no noise, regardless if it gets approved or not? Yes, there's still going to be some noise. Are we going to be obnoxious neighbors? No, not any more so than we have been or haven't been, just so everybody knows. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm new at chairing, forgive me, everyone. Fellow board members, what questions do we have for staff or others? What conversation do we need to have?
Was the plan looked at by chance? The new plan?
The new comprehensive plan was looked at.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
Luckily, I had plenty of time to find it.
Yeah.
So I can give you that answer if you would like now.
It may be something I have to mull over for a few
Okay,
minutes, so thank you.
So here's the new map. Trying to figure out how to zoom into it real quick so we could get to where we want to be. But if you take a look at, here's Oak Street. If you look where my cursor is at, essentially right above there, you'll see this, I'm going to use the word orange color, maybe brown. I'm not 100% sure what the actual color you would call that would be. But we identified that as mixed residential on the map. And if you go to the plan, which is page 59, it'll tell you the list of recommended uses for mixed residential. Not to read the whole thing, primary uses, single family, townhomes, patio homes, senior living, assisted living. Secondary uses, community facilities, religious institutions, park and open space, accessory dwelling units, limited neighborhood commercial uses. Happy to answer any questions in addition to that, but that's what the draft comprehensive plan would propose in this area.
So it does say commercial uses?
As a secondary use, neighborhood, limited neighborhood commercial uses. I did not look up that.
Does that mean that I did not misquote the Bible? Sorry.
Thanks.
Sorry. It's an attempt at humor. It was not meant to disparage anything.
Yeah, if you'd sit down.
Sure.
Thank you.
Apologies.
Well, I am going to weigh in here and say this is one of the reasons we have separate residential and commercial zonings. Because during petitioner's testimony, during remonstrances and neighbors' comments, it's going to be hard to know what's a commercial use and what's a residential use if the commercial use is still going on there. And I think that makes enforcement and understanding extraordinarily difficult. We do hold businesses to a different and higher standard than we do residential uses, and I think for good reason.
Yeah. Sorry, were you done?
I am, thank you.
This is a difficult one because my in-laws have been in the same house for 50 years in Zionsville. I remember 20, 30 years ago, there used to be big bonfires and everyone used to throw all their stuff and debris. And then one year the fire department got called and that was the end of that. You know, the community builds up and the way you use your properties change over time. There are a lot of business owners here tonight and obviously on this board. As a business owner, when I'm investing or buying a property, or I have to know and have my business hat on to say, is this use appropriate for this property? And if it's not, then I have to face the facts that I made a mistake as a business owner. And that's a hard one for me because we all have to take ownership of and take responsibility for the choices we've made, and we all have to do it in life. So that's first and foremost, when you bought this property or however it was contracted to you, you went into it knowing the use. And if you didn't, then that's on, you. I love family businesses. I love local businesses. I love the idea of being able to work out of your house and have equipment. I'd love to be able to get behind this. And I love the support that you've given the community. I love the people that have spoken for you today. But it's not just a traditional commercial use. The equipment part is a hard one for me. If it was a quieter commercial use, it would be an easier one to get behind. But yeah, I'm struggling with this one.
I would agree with Jim. The one I'm struggling with is element 2, the use or value of the area adjacent to the property included in the variance will not be affected in a substantially adverse manner. And I'm seeing it, what I heard today, I agree with staff. They don't meet that element.
I'm afraid I do too. Can someone, if the board were to deny these variances tonight, what's the next step? I am uninterested in shutting a business down, right? And with no notice, people need a chance to make other accommodations. So if the variances are denied, what is the next step?
I can't give you an exact number of days, okay? But just generally speaking, next step is this would revert back to code enforcement, generally speaking. And they have an existing process. I believe you get 3 letters, and then they give it to the town's attorney, John Oberlander. From start to finish, the code enforcement process, if I put that in quotations, I think it would probably take 2 months from start to finish, maybe 2.5, the total number of days. If these are denied, there's really not a mechanism in place to allow it to continue. It would just revert to code enforcement, and then it would go through the code enforcement process. If they did not comply within the parameters allowed by code enforcement, the time frame, it would revert to John Oberlander, and then the town, with the attorneys, would have to discuss how they wish to handle it after that point, which I can't really speak to. I'm not an attorney, so I don't want to speak to that part of it. I can only speak to in general terms, to the code enforcement aspect of it. I don't know if that exactly answered your question or not, but.
I think you've answered it with the information you have, which
Yeah.
is all I can ask.
Yeah.
Mr. Fedor, is there anything you wish to ask or add?
You guys have covered, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you guys have covered just about everything I had questions on. I guess I'm interested in this firewood business, had been there for a little while, but it's not a landscaping business, that's a firewood business. I'm with you, Mr. Hurst, I hate to see a business be shut down, but as I look at the photos of everything on site there, I didn't see a single lawnmower or lawnmower trailer or a skid steer in the photos, which I guess are the only pieces of equipment that are actually on the business. So I'm struggling with this more than I thought I was going to when I initially looked at it.
Do we have anything new to discuss, or should we contemplate motions?
Can I point something else out too, just to add the information? I think there's a location that your friend has in Lebanon. Again, not being the owner, not being connected to this business, but I would suspect if it got to the point where it couldn't continue on Oak Street, could you still go back to Lebanon? Like, I want to see if we wouldn't shut the business
Well,
down.
I think we would have to invite them back up to
Yeah,
answer that.
yeah. But that's what I wanted to say is, if we're concerned about shutting the business down, I don't think necessarily denying the request at Oak Street equals shutting down a small business. I think there's another location they could go to possibly.
All right, thank you. I think we're ready for motions. Is someone prepared to make a motion? I can certainly do so. Let me get to the right section. I move that docket number 2025-31 UV use variance to allow a landscape contractor in the single and two-family residential R2 zoning district for property located at 8802 West Oak Street, Zionsville, be denied as presented and described.
Second.
I need a second, thank you.
I'll second.
Roll call.
Roll call, please.
Jim Hurst.
Aye.
Josh Martin.
Aye.
Josh Fedor.
Aye.
Amanda Miller.
Aye.
Motion passes to deny petition 2025-31 UV for landscape contractor.
All right, and I will go ahead with motion on the second docket. I move that docket number 2025-32-UV use variance to allow contractor storage in the single and two-family residential R2 zoning district for property located at 8802 West Oak Street, Zionsville, be denied as presented and described. Looking for a second.
I'll second.
Any discussion? No?
Roll call.
Please.
Jim Hurst.
Aye.
Josh Martin.
Aye.
Amanda Miller.
Aye.
Josh Fedor.
Aye.
Motion to deny contractor storage pursuant to 2025-32 UV is denied.
Thank you. We'll take a moment, let people that were here for this first one exit the room. If you do so quickly and quietly, and then we'll move on to the next docket. Docket 2025-33 DSV Development Standard Variance pursuant to Section 194.1111, Table 14, to reduce the required number of parking spaces in the Rural General Business GB zoning district. Staff, if you would make a report.
Can we change the screens to reflect my computer? Thank you.
Jonathan, it's important that Josh Fedor's image be on the screen so that we know that he's present during the meeting. So we'll have to forego the images you want to show unless it's absolutely necessary.
Yeah, I'm good, yeah.
Okay.
All right, not a problem. Yeah, so petition, the petition before you tonight is 2025-33-DSV, filed by Strongbox Commercial LLC for a property located at 6408 Crane Drive that is zoned rural general business. The request is for a development standards variance to, again, reduce the required number of parking spaces as prescribed by the zoning ordinance. So the current 9.818 acre site has a Toyota dealership on it, and the petitioner is intending to add another approximately 30,000 square foot dealership on the site. The zoning ordinance requires 867 parking spaces for the combined existing and proposed dealerships. The existing Toyota dealership currently provides 328 parking spaces. The proposed dealership is only providing 292 parking spaces, resulting in a shortage of 247 parking spaces. And then the surrounding uses are as follows. To the north, you have a Cracker Barrel and a Marathon gas station. They're both zoned GB. To the east, you have a vacant GB parcel that's a future Kroger retail site. To the south of it, you have the existing Tomwood Automotive dealership within the same parcel owned by the same owner. To the west, you have I-65 along with the Whitestown municipal boundary. And then another thing I'd like to point out as part of this petition, with this proposal, the petitioner is currently in talks to acquire part of the Cracker Barrel site next to it to include 9 extra parking spaces. So just please keep that in mind that if they fail to acquire that, that would modify the amount of parking spaces they can have by 9 parking spaces. One of the recommended motions that was put together does have a conditional approval saying conditionally approved if that is acquired. But yeah. So the town, so staff would like to acknowledge first and foremost that the town's parking standards, last updated around 2000, may not reflect current best practices or the parking demands of current development patterns. At the time of adoption, the town's population was approximately 9,000 residents, and the ordinance may not have contemplated large-scale commercial developments such as those seen today. Consequently, the parking formula, particularly the requirement of 1 parking space per 1,000 square feet of lot area, appears to be a significant driver of the increased parking totals required under the current standards. In reviewing comparable zoning ordinances in the surrounding communities of Whitestown, Carmel, and Westfield, all of which have updated their ordinances within the past 3 years, staff found that similar developments in those jurisdictions would require between 8 and 227 parking spaces for a similar development size project. This comparison suggests that the town's parking requirements may be outdated and result in a degree of overparking when applied to larger sites. However, this condition alone does not justify the granting of a variance. When staff reviews variance requests, we look at 3 different requirements. 1, the grant will not be injurious to the public health, safety, morals, and general welfare of the community. 2, the use or value of the areas adjacent to the property included in the variance will not be affected or substantially affected in an adverse manner. And lastly, strict application of the terms of the zoning ordinance would result in unnecessary hardships in the use of the property. Staff defines unnecessary hardship as all relevant factors taken together indicate that the land involved cannot yield a reasonable return because of unique circumstances. A claim of unnecessary hardship justifying a grant of variance cannot be based upon a self-created condition. A mere showing of economic loss is not sufficient to warrant the granting of a variance. Regarding the requested variance to reduce the number of parking spaces, staff agrees with the petitioner on points 1 and 2. For point 1, staff agrees with point 1, the grant will not be injurious to the public health, safety, morals, and general welfare of the community. Staff agrees with the petitioner on this criterion. As stated in their findings, the proposed parking matches similar adjoining parking lots and uses. Additionally, the proposed decrease in parking spaces would significantly decrease paved surfaces in an area that is already heavily paved and thus would mitigate heat island effects, reduce traffic, and retain more green spaces. and decrease the likelihood of vehicular pedestrian accidents within the site, and thus be beneficial to the public, health, safety, and general welfare of the area. On point 2, the use or value of the area adjacent to the property included in the variance will not be affected in a substantially adverse manner. Staff agrees with the petitioner on this criterion. This property is surrounded by 2 commercial businesses to the north. For those 2 businesses, granting the request would not impact their property values or their ability to continue to operate their current uses as it matches the current intent and use of the area and an expansion of the existing dealership. Reducing the number of parking spaces would allow the petitioner to allocate more of the site to the dealership rather than the parking, which would allow for higher assessed property values and benefit the overall tax base of the area. Towards the southeast of the site lies a residential subdivision. For those properties, granting the request would mitigate potential adverse effects for the property values through the reduction in the intensity of the parking requirements. Staff believes this criterion has been met. However, regarding the third point, strict application of the terms of the zoning ordinance would result in unnecessary hardship in the use of the property. Staff disagrees with the petitioner on this criterion. Strict application of the terms of the zoning ordinance will not result in unnecessary hardship. While staff believes that the zoning ordinance is causing overparking, staff does not believe the variance is necessary for the property to yield a reasonable return. There are feasible alternatives available that would allow the petitioner to develop the site in compliance with the current standards, such as reducing the size of the automotive dealership to reduce the required parking spaces or develop a different commercial use on the site that would require less parking spaces. For those reasons, staff believes this criterion has not been met. Happy to answer any questions.
Board members, do you have any questions for staff? I would invite the petitioner. State your name and address.
My name is Paul Kite. Our office is at 95 East Oak, Zionsville. I think I'd like to start out with a little bit of philosophy, I guess. We just witnessed a small business potentially go out of business, their employees gone. This is, I think it's more a reflection of the town of Zionsville and the planning staff not working with neighbors and businesses to try to resolve issues. And we're in a similar situation, and what we just got was a very technical description on both issues with respect to what the letter of the law is. And, you know, this is a town of small businesses. There's probably at least 10 in this room. I'm one of them. We have 9 employees. And it just really saddened me, and I'm sure it saddened you guys to have to do what you did because you had no choice. And that's really a reflection of the town's instead of enforcing a zoning ordinance, working with all the neighbors to resolve issues, and that can be done, and you guys have the power to vote on that, but when you're not given the opportunity to look at real options, it's difficult. In this situation, the GB zoning, the rural Zionsville zoning, it's not from 2005, it's from like 1972. It was the Boone County zoning. And I did the Tomwood Toyota dealership, worked for the Tomwood family, one of the best families in the city of Indianapolis, and the things they do for hospitals and everything in town is amazing. So, sorry, this is unique. I've been doing this for 40 years. First zoning issue I dealt with was in 1995 in Grapevine, Texas. So this is it. This takes the cake for me and saddens me as a 30-year resident of Zionsville. In this instance, hopefully this won't be as difficult. When we first went to the town and met with the planning staff, we had 9 acres. We didn't need 428 spaces at the time. We said, if you want us to, we'll build a parking lot next door and we'll make it car storage. And they said, please don't do that. We're going to give you guys a development standards waiver. Why that didn't happen already, I don't know. Why we're here in front of you, giving a yes or no vote. It's just not right, but, you know, we're doing it. So, sorry, and we're trying to keep emotion out of it. Where if we were in Fishers, if we were in Westfield, if we were in Whitestown, we'd be asking for a variance for overparking. You know, now we're asking for a variance for underparking, and we're getting denied. So the rural Zionsville zoning, commercial zoning, to try to stick with that and make a negative recommendation because the rural Zionsville zoning is from 1972. The fact that Zionsville hasn't updated that is pretty sad. But, you know, that's, you know, we have, unfortunately, we're in a town that one or two divisive voices can stop progress. So I apologize for preaching, but I don't get much opportunity. You guys have a tough job. You're volunteers.
If we could move on with your
Yeah,
petition.
sorry. Yeah, so,
Thank you.
sorry, sorry.
We'll move on.
Sorry. So what we're asking for is a variance to allow us to build probably this is a pretty easy argument. It's $25 million at least to build it. It'll probably get assessed at somewhere close to $20 million. It'll generate $600,000 a year in property taxes. It'll hire 50 people in good-paying jobs, and the traffic it'll generate will be local. It'll be people that live in Whitestown and Zionsville. 80% of the cars will be there. If you guys deny this and put undue restrictions on it, well, it'll be 2 fast food restaurants pulling people off the interstate in an intersection that is way overtaxed. It's just going to get worse until we can get the state to add a couple lanes. So I couldn't think of a better thing to do in GB zoning than to build a first-class, one of the top 5 auto manufacturers in the country, to come to Zionsville. And I think we should be saying, hey, thanks for doing that. How can we bend over backwards and get you in here? That's pretty much it. Happy to talk about more technicalities, but it's a, you know, when we offered to build more parking spaces, if you really want us to, the town asked us not to. And now you're saying we're not going to approve a $20 million project, more than that, that's going to generate great taxes. You know, this should have been worked out a month ago. And here we are talking about it. And you guys who were volunteers and giving your time, thank you, and have to make these decisions. I'm sorry you got to do this. Yeah, I'm sure. Pay for your gas, basically.
$40.
Yeah. But anyway, happy to answer questions.
Any board members have questions for the petitioner?
So sorry, the building next to Tom Wood is going to be an GB Automotive Manufacturing?
So the building next to the new building?
The new
It's in the
building.
GB district, which means you can do just about anything. So what we're wanting to do in this GB district is build
Sorry,
a
so
brand new car
that's what I
dealership.
thought, it's another car dealership.
Yeah, it's another car, dealership, very similar, even.
Not a Tom Wood, though.
It's a Tom Wood
Extension, he's
extension. Yeah, it's a
expanding.
different manufacturer.
Got it.
So we have Toyota to the south, it'll
Different
also be another
brand.
manufacturer to the north.
Got it. I was just clarifying.
And talk about tax increment, which is important, and planning staff needs to think about tax increment. If it's not going to be a dealership, which generates 20-some million dollars in tax increment, it's going to be 2 small uses, probably restaurants, pulling people off the interstate, which will, if you look at the other restaurants around there, they generally have a tax assessed value of about $1.5 million. So $3 million versus $20 million in tax increment. And highway traffic versus local traffic. So these are the things that need to be talked about at a planning level, in my opinion.
Any other questions for the petitioner? Do we have anyone in the public that wishes to speak? I don't see anyone that has signed up.
And one more point. So the Cracker Barrel piece, 0.02 acres. The rest of it is right-of-way that the county's going to let us straighten out if you've been to Cracker Barrel, it's a confusing entrance. It kind of looks like the road goes off into into a vacant lot, which is the future dealership. We're going to straighten that out and make it a more gentle curve into the Cracker Barrel. So we only need 0.02 acres. If we can't get them, it's 2 or 3 spaces. The rest of it is county right-of-way, and they're already on board. It-
I think you could sit down.
All right, thank you.
All right, thoughts on the petition?
I'm assuming the reason for the 867 parking, where did that, can you give me a little background on where that originated? Do we have any insights on that? Do we have any insights on that?
Yeah, I would, since I guess we can't share screen, sorry about that, but it's in my staff report, and I can kind of break down how that plays out. One second.
I'll look, yeah.
So the formula kind of works off like this. There's one space that's required for every 200 square feet.
Sorry, yes, I get that. I'm just wondering how these calculations came to be, like
Sure.
where it stemmed from a car dealership standpoint. I mean, I'm looking at the current lot, and I drive by there, I go to church over there. That parking lot's packed all the time, so obviously it's cars that are being sold and customers. I'm just wondering if anyone has any insights on where we came up with this number.
Well, a lot
I
of
know it's based on square footage, but I'm
Right,
trying
right,
to
okay, I understand your question now a little bit better. So a lot of this is driven, again, by when there was the reorganization of Zionsville and more areas were incorporated into it, the Zionsville ordinance was combined with parts of the county one to take into consideration the rural areas of it. That is ultimately where this formula comes from, is from that zoning ordinance from Boone County. As to why they picked those standards, I wouldn't be able to tell you exactly why.
It's because it's from 1972. In 1972, when you went to
That's
the
not
car
an answer either.
dealership, you went to the car dealership, sorry.
Paul, if you would
All right, I'll
sit down, please. We would like your input. I'll make sure you're invited up. Can we agree on that? Okay, thank you.
I was just curious if there was.
I almost hate to make Paul's point at this point, to be honest, but the requiring parking spaces for someone that's selling cars is telling them to either waste land or carry more inventory than they do. And that just doesn't make business sense. I understand how the staff got where they got, but I'm going to look at it a different way. I'm also going to note, because Excel is open in front of me most of the day already, I went ahead and put in the numbers. Even if they eliminated the building they're building, they're still at a deficit of parking spaces. If all they did was pave that, they're still at a deficit of parking spaces for their original structure, but they were given a waiver or a variance or whatever that allowed them to do it. The funny thing about the math here is the deficit, the total deficit is actually less now that they're building this out. So instead of being, you've got to catch up with my math here. New to total. Required 867 total. They're missing it by 247 spots under their current arrangement, which again they have a waiver for. They're actually short 360. So they're actually closing that gap some. I think this makes perfect business sense. I defend where staff with how they approach things, with where they ended up. I see it differently, and I think this, to me, is an easy thing to push forward.
I would agree.
I would agree as
definitely
well. I understand where
like-
staff's coming from, but I see your point, Jim.
Mr. Fedler, I'm sorry? We didn't hear you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't like big parking lots. And if we can see a smaller parking lot out there, I'm for it. I've got some other concerns about the project, but as far as parking is concerned, I think this makes sense. I'm not a big fan of a big parking lot, so it's just more asphalt that doesn't get used sometimes.
And Josh, you mentioned reservations, but I don't think, I took that to mean it wasn't on what's in front of you tonight.
No, not at all.
Correct.
Not at all.
Okay. All right.
I have a question, and that is, if the variance is granted, what provisions or what's the business model for addressing any demands for overflow parking potential?
Overflow, they have a lot in 5 miles away that they keep extra inventory. Yeah.
Thank
you. That's the way it's done today, so.
Thank you.
I just want to comment, I mean, to the petitioner, with all due respect, this process exists so that you can get relief from the ordinance, and I would hate for you to think that the staff's job is to rewrite the ordinance. And so this is exactly the process where citizen members who are appointing can say, you know, there may be times our ordinance just is not right, just as you pointed out, and this is that process. And it's staff's job to put it out there. I'm not sure if it's within their power to really waive it. And so just a reminder, that's why we're here. We'll listen to you, and I hope you wouldn't hold it against the staff for kind of doing their job.
That's a great point. I just want to say I've never met someone so diligent than Jonathan. And every time we have a meeting, someone thanks you, even if you disagree with them. They first start out by thanking you because you jump through hoops and you try to find every loophole there is to get that approved. So I'm kind of shocked by the work that you guys do. So I just wanted to add to that. Just curious, your positions are in favor regardless of this additional land that they acquire from Cracker Barrel, correct? Just wanted to make that note. since that
I
was-
probably could support a motion either way.
Okay.
I don't feel particularly strongly.
Yeah.
But I'm one of four.
If I may, the only reason we kind of brought that to your guys' intention is if your intention is to approve it, is so that you guys can get the right number approved, whatever way you decide to do. That way, the petitioner doesn't, you approve for a lower or higher number, and the petitioner has to come back.
Paul, would you please come up and help us out with that?
Could we request that it's plus or minus 3 from the request? Plus or minus 3 spaces from what we show on the plan.
So plus or minus 620 spaces?
Plus or minus 3 to the 6.
Oh.
328
Yeah.
is the request.
Yes.
Oh,
328 is the request, so.
But if we go over
see.
328, then it's okay. So, by 3.
I don't know, we might make you come back up.
Please,
Just
you don't
for
want to hear
fun?
me again. Yeah.
I'll take a whack at this. I move that docket number 2025-33 DSV Development Standard Variance to reduce the number of parking spaces from 867 to 620 spaces at, well, should I say, plus or minus 3, at 6408 Crane Drive, Zionsville, Indiana, be approved as presented and described based on the finding in the staff report and staff recommendations, submitted finding of fact, substantial compliance with the submitted site plans, evidence presented during the hearing.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? Mr. Dale, if you would take roll.
Amanda Miller,
Aye.
Josh Martin,
Aye.
Josh Fedor,
Aye.
Jim Hurst.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. We are on to docket 2025-34 DSV, Union Woodlands subdivision development standards variance pursuant to section 194.169, table 16, to exceed the maximum square footage allowed for a freestanding sign in the rural, single, and two-family residential R3 zoning district. Staff, if you would please make your report.
Yes, sir. I will state I'd committed to putting photos up on the screen. Seeing that we now get to, we can't switch the screen, I'm not going to be able to put those photos up, which is okay.
Are they inner documents?
I think he provided, some of these are. I think he may have provided a PowerPoint or something, but
Oh, there we go. Oh, look at that.
go.
We can do that. Technology.
we can, okay.
Good work.
I can pull it up in my email once the petitioner starts speaking. I'll pull up the photos. Okay, this is a sign, an on-premise freestanding sign for the Union Woodlands subdivision. As far as the zoning history, I went through, I just gave you all kind of a quick snippet. Obviously, there's a lot of history as far as the Union Woodlands platting, subdivision, that type of thing. So I just provided that for reference. Really, it's not that applicable to the request. As far as the specifics of this request, if you look at Exhibit 5, which is the site plan and the sign elevations, you'll see the location, the specific location for this proposal, as well as what the sign looks like. This property is comprised of Ag and R3. The entry sign will be at the edge of the R3 property, which means it falls under the standards of section 194.169, which is our rural sign regulations, which limits the total square footage of signage in the R3 zoning district to 12 square feet. The petitioner is proposing a 25 square foot sign, which is creating the need for the variance. Jumping to staff's position, as far as the requirements for a development standards variance request, number one, the grant will not be injurious to public health, safety, morals, and general welfare of the community. Criteria number one, staff agrees with the petitioner. According to their plans, this sign will not be internally lit. I know our staff report says that it won't be lit. The zoning ordinance does not allow for it to be lit. The petitioner may request at a later time to do so. But at this time, it's not going to be lit. It'll be within with less than 5 feet in height, and it will be located outside of the right-of-way. The sign will assist with wayfinding, clearly marking the entry to the subdivision. And additionally, as of this writing, we have not received any complaints from the public for this request. Barring objections, we believe this criteria was met. Item number two, the use or value of area adjacent to the property will not be affected in a substantially adverse manner. Staff agrees again on this criteria with the petitioner. The property directly north is being dedicated by the developer as a park. Granting this request would have no impact on that use. South, west, and east of this site will be part of the residential subdivision for Union Woodlands. This request would not limit the developer's ability to use that property as a residential subdivision. The sign would enhance the entrance of the subdivision, which could have a positive impact on the value of residential properties in that subdivision. For those reasons, we believe this criteria was met. However, item number three is where we disagree. Strict application of the terms of the zoning ordinance would result in unnecessary hardship in the use of the property. Staff disagrees on with the petitioner on this criteria. We define unnecessary hardship as all relevant factors taken together indicate that the land involved cannot yield a reasonable return because of unique circumstances. A claim of unnecessary hardship justifying the grant of a variance cannot be based on a self-created condition. Economic loss is not sufficient. In this case, the zoning ordinance does not prohibit the petitioner from installing an on-premise freestanding sign. It simply limits the size. The petitioner could reduce the size of the sign to meet the standards in the zoning ordinance. However, rather than reducing the size to comply, the petitioner elected to seek a variance to this standard. Because of this, staff believes the need for this request is self-created, which does not meet the standard for unnecessary hardship. Happy to answer any questions you have. I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Any questions from the board for staff? Is there a representative of the petitioner here to speak? Invite you up, state your name and address.
Good evening. My name's Tim Walter, 9757 West Point Drive, Indianapolis, Indiana. I'm with Platinum Properties Management Company. We are the managing member of the Union Woodlands Developer LLC. Thanks, Jonathan, for your report. I really don't have much to add. The only thing I would like to add is maybe to our findings of fact, and I did provide another exhibit that I had emailed to Jonathan that I wanted to show, in addition to our desire to be consistent. I mean, our position on our findings of fact for the third item was we really just want to be consistent with other neighborhoods in the area. We're immediately north of Brookhaven. A lot of neighborhoods in Zionsville have much larger than 20 or 12 square foot signs. So we wanted to have a 25 square foot sign. We also are impacted by the right-of-way width that this sign is located on and an easement. So the right-of-way is from back of curb to the right-of-way is 25 feet. And then we have an additional 30-foot easement behind that. So our sign is, we have to have a little bit of a setback from that easement. So our sign is, call it 60 feet from the curb. And it's also on a curve as you come into the subdivision. So the viewing angle from a car is going to be well over 100 feet. I just feel like a 12 square foot sign will look puny. And we're going to be building $600,000, $700,000 homes, and I don't think they want a puny entrance sign to their neighborhood. So that's really our reason here to request a variance. Jonathan did mention that we did not put in our petition that we would like this to be lighted, and that is our mistake. We misread the ordinance, did not realize it couldn't be lighted. I don't know if that can get added to this particular petition tonight or not. If it cannot, Jonathan said it couldn't. I get it. We'll try to make it work without it, and if we decide we want to light it, we'll come back later if we can't add it. So that's basically what I'm here for. Any questions?
Thank you. Any questions for the petitioner from the board?
No. I do have a question for Mr. Dale.
I think you can be seated.
Okay, thank you.
Is it not, correct me if I'm wrong, but to do downlighting on a sign, isn't that encouraged to, could we add that as a contingency of the, or that has to be resubmitted?
Yeah, that has to be it's a separate variance request
Okay.
because our ordinance doesn't allow that. And, yeah, there has been some discussion, but the public obviously has a right to be heard and to know it's going to be discussed. So
yeah.
if it were to come back, then you could, and there was a request to have it externally lit, you could, as a condition, talk about downlighting or limitations of lighting. And there's a lot of ways to do that, and I'm sure the petitioner would be open to suggestion about, how to best do that. But tonight, the only thing that we can deal with is the petition that's been filed because we were unable to notify the public or neighbors that we'd be discussing any lighting. So sorry for the inconvenience, just we're constrained by that notice issue. It wouldn't matter to us, but we have to let everybody know.
Do we have anybody in the public or online that wishes to speak on this matter? Seeing and hearing none, I encourage discussion amongst my board members.
I think the sign looks nice. I can tell with the elevations that you're trying to line it up with the fence line, It is, I know this area well, so, yeah, I think it looks lovely.
Yeah, this isn't a giant monument sign that's, opposing, that people driving by are seeing it. It's already well set off of heavily traveled roads. I don't, again, I defend how staff has done the staff report and requiring the variance and such, but I have no objection to this.
If this, do you guys hear me?
Yes.
If this sign was sitting on 200, I would be much more apt to be in favor of this, but this is back through a park to the back. And it's, a 12-foot sign is a pretty good sized sign. I would disagree with the petitioner on that. I don't think a sign is going to affect someone's buying decisions on a home. And there are very, very nice neighborhoods that have very, very small signs on them. If it was on 200, which is going to become a much busier road over the next couple of years, I could understand needing a larger sign. But this one, which looks like it's going to go through a park eventually to get to the neighborhood, I think a 12-foot sign would be sufficient. That's my opinion.
Have any more discussion we wish to have, or I would entertain motions? Or a motion, rather? I am happy to make one if somebody is, if others are uninterested.
I mean, I can take a stab at this. Make sure I have the right one up. I move the docket 2025-34 DSV Development Standard Variance to exceed the maximum combined area for an on-premise freestanding sign at the entrance of the Union Woodlands subdivision in the rural single and two-family residential R3 zoning district be approved as presented and described based on the findings, the staff report, the staff recommendations, submitted finding of fact, substantial compliance with the submitted site plans, evidence presented during the hearing.
Thank you for your motion. I would request a second. If anyone is inclined? I'll second. Thank you for your second. Any discussion? Mr. Dale, would you take roll?
Yes, Amanda Miller.
Aye.
Josh Martin.
Aye.
Jim Hurst.
Aye.
Josh Fedor.
Nay.
Motion carries 3-1. All right. That's right. I gotta keep doing this, don't I? All right, I gotta make sure I'm on the right one here. 2025, we will call 2025-35-DSV, 190 North Maple Street, Zionsville, Indiana, Development Standards Variance pursuant to Section 194-052 to reduce the aggregate side yard setback requirement and exceed the maximum lot coverage allowed in the urban village residential RV zoning district. Staff, if you would present your report.
Yes, sir. Address 190 North Maple Street. This is a lot located in the village. It's a corner lot. They fall under the standards found in section 194052, which requires a 15-foot aggregate side yard setback, as well as limits total lot coverage to 35%, with an additional 2% if you qualify for that. The petitioner is requesting to deviate from both of those standards. You'll see in their proposal, currently, their aggregate setback is only 6.5 feet, and that is due to an existing paver patio that is built all the way to the property line. To the petitioner's credit, they will be removing sections of that paver patio as part of this proposal. And if this is approved, the aggregate setback will actually increase from its existing number, which is 6.5 feet, to 14 feet, which is an improvement in getting closer to the standard for the aggregate setbacks. When you look at the lot coverage, current lot coverage is 38.4%. With this proposal, it increases to 41.1%. These two standards, even though aggregate is now 14 feet and lot coverage increased only slightly to 41.1, these two standards exceed what is allowed by the zoning ordinance, which is why they are here tonight asking for variances from those standards. If you jump to staff's positioning as it relates to both variances, starting with the variance to exceed the maximum lot coverage, staff does not support this request based on the first and third findings. Finding number one, the grant will not be injurious to public health and safety. Staff disagrees with the petitioner. This project would further increase the amount of impervious surface on the property, which is already a property that is covered with 38% of impervious surfaces. Further increasing the amount of impervious area would exacerbate an existing drainage problem in the village. For this reason, staff disagrees with the petitioner on this criteria. We do not believe this one was met. We agree with the petitioner on item number two. The use or value of the area adjacent to the property included would not be affected. If approved, this addition would add value to the home. Adjoining properties are not anticipated to be adversely affected. The proposal would not change the use of the property, nor would it limit or infringe on the ability of the surrounding properties to continue their current use as single-family dwellings. Surrounding neighbors were notified of the request, and as of this writing, no one has notified staff of any concerns. So barring objections being raised during the public hearing, we do believe this criteria was met. Item number three, strict application of the zoning ordinance, of the terms of the zoning ordinance would result in unnecessary hardship in the use of the property. Staff disagrees on this criteria. Our standard for unnecessary hardship, all relevant factors taken together indicate land involved cannot yield a reasonable return because of unique circumstances. Unnecessary hardship justifying the grant of a variance cannot be based on self-created conditions. Mere showing of economic loss is not sufficient. In this case, staff believes the land is already yielding a reasonable return, supporting a 2,500 square foot residence and an additional 1,500 square foot developed with an existing accessory structure. According to the submitted site plan, lot coverage is already at 38.4%, which exceeds the maximum allowed. There is nothing unique about the site creating the need for this variance request. Again, refer to maybe the topography of the land or an easement somewhere. Staff believes this is a self-created condition, one that's derived from the petitioner's design decisions and their desire to have an all-seasons room. Simply wanting an addition is not enough to justify the grant of a variance. For this reason, staff believes this criteria was not met. Again, to summarize, the variance request specific to exceeding the maximum lot coverage, staff does not support that request. The request number two, variance to reduce aggregate side yard setback requirements. Again, staff does not support this one. Number one, we agree with the petitioner. The grant will not be injurious to public health or safety. The variance is granted, as previously mentioned. It actually increases aggregate side yard setback requirement, or the side yard setback provided for this property. Even though it doesn't meet 15 feet, it would increase from 6.5 feet to 14 feet. We believe this is an improvement. For this reason, we think this criteria was met. Number two, the use or value of the area adjacent to the property included in the variance will not be affected in a substantially adverse manner. Again, we agree with the petitioner. This request adds value to the house. The adjoining properties are not anticipated to be adversely affected. Granting this request increases the distance between the petitioner's house and their neighbor's house to the south. This would not change the use of the subject site, nor does it impact the residential use of adjoining properties. Surrounding property owners were notified again, and as of this writing, we've not heard any complaints or concerns about the requested variances. So barring objections being raised during the public hearing tonight, staff believes this criteria was met as well. But like the first request, item number three, strict application of the terms of the zoning ordinance would result in unnecessary hardship in the use of the property. Staff disagrees with the petitioner on this criteria. We don't believe this standard was met. Again, Unnecessary hardship, staff defines that as all relevant factors taken together indicate the land involved cannot yield reasonable return because of unique circumstances. A claim of unnecessary hardship justifying a grant of a variance cannot be based on self-created conditions. Mere showing of economic loss is not sufficient. In this case, again, we believe the property yields a reasonable return, 2,500 square foot house, and an additional 1,500 square feet developed with existing accessory structures. Staff also was not able to identify a unique characteristic on this site, for example, an easement or something to that nature, that would justify granting a variance. Properties in Zionsville are limited by the size of their parcels and lot coverage restrictions. These constraints are not unique to this property. The petitioner could reduce the width of their proposal by 1 foot and comply with the standard, rather than modify the design. The petitioner elected to seek a variance. Staff believes this is a self-created decision, a self-created issue because of that design decision. Since the grant of a variance cannot be based on self-created conditions, staff believes this criteria was not met. To recap, we do not support granting the variance for increasing lot coverage, nor do we support reducing aggregate side yard setbacks. Happy to answer any questions you have. I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Any questions from fellow board members for staff? Seeing none, I would invite the petitioner to approach. State your name and address.
Tony Bowling with the Heartland Group Building Design from Carmel, Indiana, 600 East Carmel Drive. Here on behalf of the homeowner, Tom Bennett. He's out of town at the time and couldn't make his out of town on business. But up on the thing there, the proposed addition, which is the all-seasons room, would be on the top of your page there, Maple Street being to the left. Now that brick paver patio, which is grouted, starts at the corner of the house there and exceeds past where the proposed room is. And then when we get to the next slide, you'll see like it goes almost to the property line is what it does. It covers almost 490 square feet, okay? And it's aged. So I don't know how much you know about a grouted brick patio, but they're pretty impervious. It's a impervious flat surface is what it is. And when we get to the pictures, you'll see it pitches back towards his house and back towards the neighbor's house there to the right, and what we're proposing is adding 150 square feet, which will and replace that with a green space with grass, which absorbs a lot more than what that brick patio is doing right now, especially in the wintertime when that thing freezes over, which that's what hard surfaces do. Freeze, and if it rains, it runs off. It's going to be in your streets. So grass would be much more, receptive of that. If we go to the next slide. Would like to say that Tom's 64, getting ready to retire. Bought that house in 2018. Loves the village. I'd never been to the village till I got called to his house, but it's a nice place. That's a look of the front of his house from the street. That's a look with the paver patio side. Next. And that is the accessory building, the garage. And that's his only private space. And like I told him when I first met him, he'd had 5 contractors out there, and everybody heard the village and they walked away. But anyway, that's it's a curse of the corner lot. You kind of got one side semi-private, and that's where he wants to build this all-seasons room. Like I said, he's 64, getting ready to retire. Just wants a quiet space where he can enjoy the outdoors. So, as far as the side setback, Tom called me on the way here and did say he would be willing to go down to the 9 feet to meet the side setback criteria, that we could revise the plans and submit them. And I think really, as far as hardship, it's just a man wanting a space. That place gets pretty busy on the weekend, I guess, and then the holidays, people, and he just don't have a private space there. So, and that's what he's looking for. And like I say, he's bought 7 years ago, gonna be a long-time resident, great man. You'd be hard to find a blade of grass out of place on that place. I mean, if you want a house on a corner lot in that village, that's the one you want right there. So, man takes pride in the property. That's it.
Thank you. Any questions from board members for the petitioner? And if you take your seat, thank you. Any questions, excuse me, anyone from the public wish to speak? Is there anyone online? Hearing none, we will move on. Fellow board members, what questions do we have for each other or staff? Or it does sound like the second variance, would we even need to vote on that if the petitioner is agreed to 9 feet?
No? Sounds like that's been withdrawn, and
So, yeah.
we can just, I appreciate that. I mean, it leaves one variance.
Yeah, it leaves one variance. This is a longer day than I anticipated when I started it. So they are proposing they remove some of this paver patio and they build this 3-door room. Is that still a net increase in lot coverage with the removal of that patio?
The way we calculate it, to answer your question, yes, because the way we've viewed it, pavers, right, were pervious. Essentially, water was going through them. We try to give people credit, right, because there's a 2% lot coverage credit, right, and if you use pervious, you can have 37% in the village, even though this lot's currently at 38, so I'm not 100% sure how it got to 38. But giving them credit for the pervious paver patio, when you change out the pervious paver patio for a room addition, now it's impervious. Lot coverage is technically only the calculation of impervious surfaces. And so you took a few hundred square feet out of the bucket of pervious, now you're converting it over into impervious. That's the increase in lot coverage. So it went from 38.1% impervious to 41% pervious.
Thank you for that, Jonathan, that reminder. We do get the benefit of, they've pulled further away from the property line because the pavers currently extend, if not to the property line, awfully close to the property line.
Sir.
I always have reservations on exceeding maximum lot coverage in the village. I have found my way in the past to support changes that were net neutral, but as explained to me just now, that isn't what is being asked here. It is an expansion of lot coverage of a lot that is already non-conforming.
So, do I have this right, Jonathan? They're only 1 foot off of compliance from a lot coverage? Like if they were reduced the stretcher by 1, or is it more than that? Sorry.
Yeah, if the proposal is built, they would be at 14 feet aggregate. And the standard's 15.
Okay.
So
1 foot.
they are missing 1 foot, which is where staff was proposing maybe if they reduced the width of their proposal. I don't have it pulled up in front of me right here, but.
Jonathan, maybe for my clarification, there are 2 motions here, 2 variance requests. One is to exceed the allowable lot coverage, and the other is for setback. And they're separate. I believe I heard the petitioner commit to
I see.
staying, to building a narrower structure and not needing the variance for the side yard setback. So I believe we're only talking about lot coverage.
And that's correct. That's correct.
Okay, so what is, as far as lot coverage goes, how much overage are they at? Is it percentage or is it, can you give me a square footage?
If you give me a second, I can try to get the math together. I can give you the percentage. It's 41.1%.
Okay, that's
I can pull up, I think you also had those numbers on your site plan as well, right?
38.4.
Let me see.
If you'd like to answer, I'd invite you to come up and speak. Thank you.
I don't have the square feet.
Well, that's all right. You can come up. Whatever you want to say, you can say it for a moment. Thank you.
I just like, I mean, it seems like it's the impervious part. I think you guys seen the patio, and I don't know how familiar you are with the paver patios. They get stopped up with leaves, and that's not impervious, and the water just runs off. Like I said, it's gonna be exasperated in the wintertime. When it freezes, and then it rains on top of a frozen patio, it's gonna run off in the neighbor, it's gonna bank up against his house, and it's gonna run off in the street. So, I mean, we're going from 38% to 41%.
Well, except with, pardon me, with
Go
your
ahead.
client's willingness to narrow the addition.
Right.
Your lot coverage is no longer moving to 41%. And
No.
I think that's, to my fellow board member's
Right.
question is, what's that new number? I think is what she's trying to get at. Is that fair, Amanda?
Yes.
I mean, you're going down by
Math, is that
10%.
right?
So, I mean, if you're going up 3%, I mean, you're looking probably, you're still like 40.8, 40.7%, you know, so you're still going up.
If we know the length and the width of the addition.
Yeah, I mean-
It's 1 foot less wide, so does
Yeah.
that help us with what the new square feet is?
The new square feet,
Yeah, I mean, I could probably find the length and width somewhere on these.
it's 135.
Pardon?
The new square foot of the addition would be 135 square feet.
35 with the reduction.
135, yeah, with the reduction.
So with that, Jonathan, you might be able to recalculate.
Yeah, that's what I was doing. So it's 130. I got 133, but we'll go with yours for the extreme. 135 plus 2,100 divided by 5460. So reducing it 1 foot in width still leaves you at 40.91% lot coverage.
Thank you. Did that
Yeah, I was
get
just,
you your answer?
I was just seeing if it was substantial, if it was an insignificant amount to reduce it, you know? If it's been looked at to what it would look like if you could still do it with the reduction, or it's just not possible at all. I guess that's what I was trying to get at.
Any other thoughts or comments or questions from our board members? If you wish to speak more, I'll have to insist you come up.
The room fits the era of the house, and with the style and everything. I mean, he's a classy man, so. And we
I've
spent
driven
months
by
on
this
it.
house a number of times. It's a beautiful home, and
Yeah.
it's beautifully kept.
Right.
I think you understand our concern comes to the lot coverage and the drainage issues.
Right.
I think we understand that
Right.
you view the pavers as less pervious than
Right.
the code does. Is
Right.
that a fair
Right.
summary of your points?
I'm 65, I've been in this business for 47 years, so I'm getting ready to retire myself, but, you know, so I understand where he's coming from, but yeah. I was over there, I mean, anything from like a mild to heavy rain, that water's running off, especially toward the neighbor's house, you know. Like I say, grass is gonna take up a lot more water, and it's gonna look a lot better. I mean, you can see it from the street. But that's the only side that man's got to get any privacy, period. So, all right, thank you.
Okay. More discussion, or are we ready for a motion? Mr. Fedor, you're unusually quiet.
Yeah, sorry, you've already got me. I appreciate what the petitioner's done on reducing the size of the addition, but it's tough for me to bend on the lot coverage in the village. I've always said this: if you live in a village long enough, it floods eventually. And if we can mitigate that in any way, it's to our plus. So Lot coverage, I'm a real stickler on just from a flooding standpoint in the village area. But I do appreciate the petitioner's willingness to decrease the size of the addition of the home.
I am no engineer, I'm not a contractor or a builder. And at times I do wonder if we are, you know, this brick paver patio, I don't know that it's as pervious as our code suggests it might be, and there may be some real benefit to having that removed. But not being an expert in those fields, I'm inclined to agree with staff on this, that this is simply an increase in lot coverage. But I understand why other people may reach a different thought.
I guess I tend to agree. I've watched, I know he bought the house, I've lived in the village, used to live in the village for a long time, and he's fixed it up. I remember when he painted it yellow, I remember when he built the addition. I don't know him personally, but I've watched him improve the house, and it's beautiful. I would love for him to, the drawings are beautiful, it looks like a beautiful addition, but yeah, it's hard to get around that variance on lot coverage. If that were, I guess, concrete and not pavers, and there was, I guess, you were, you know, giving back to, and it was a net neutral, it would be an easier path forward.
Well, is anyone else willing to make a motion? I will if.
Jim, or Mr. Hurst, can you, I got one question for the petitioner real quick, if I could.
Yes, if you'd come back up as he asks his question, that'd be wonderful.
Earlier you were mentioning the pavers. Did you say, or I may have missed it, or misunderstood you, did you say they were concreted in, or were they, what I call putting a paver down, putting sand around it so it is impervious? And how old are those pavers? Have they been there for 20 years, 30 years, 40 years?
I would say from the looks of them, they've probably been there 20 plus, so.
And are they concreted in, or are they?
They're grouted in, but I don't know, it's like when leaves
Okay.
get wet and they mash into the thing. I'm just saying they're packed. The grout lines are packed and the water will run off of them, so.
Maybe we could see the picture of that patio again, whoever's in control of the. Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
that one would be good too, thank you.
I mean, they're almost worked in level with the ground at this point. So it's just like, I mean, it's not like the brick are holding the water on there.
Really see grouts.
And how much of the?
No, that's what I'm saying. It's
Yeah.
it's just flat with the ground now. It's just kind of smashed. It's worked itself right into the ground.
That's impervious surface in my eyes at this point now. If it was newer, I could see, but how much of that brick are you removing? Is it just the section for the addition, or are you taking more of the brick?
Every bit of it. It's about all of it, 490 square feet of it. He just wants a
Okay.
grass yard around there.
So it's gonna go back to grass.
Correct.
Okay, I guess this is gonna make me rethink this one a little bit. We're gonna take 400 square feet of bricks out that if they've been there long enough, as you said, they're down to ground level, means they're packed in tight. I don't know how much water is really getting through those. I think we would be in the long-term beneficial if there was grass there versus pavers. If we're adding 480 square feet of grass to that area, that's gonna drain more water off than the bricks will. I think this will actually net a better drainage for the entire property, even though he's wanting to increase lot coverage.
You changing your stance on that then?
Yeah, I am. I think I can get my head around, if he's going to decrease the size of the project by, or the addition by a foot, as well as pulling out all those pavers, I think I can get my head around giving him the variance for the lot coverage. And I'm not one who normally, it's very lenient or moves very much on lot coverage. But I think in the long term, we'll get more natural drainage than having pavers all the way around there.
If a motion is contemplated to approve this, I might ask that it's, it is conditional on the commitment to remove all of those brick pavers. That's certainly what they've said, but since we are demonstrably would be increasing lot coverage from anybody else's view of what is recorded, we'd want to make sure that those bricks really have gone away, I would think. I will again ask for a motion.
I'll try this one. I move that docket 2025-35-DSV Development Standards Variance to exceed the maximum allowable lot coverage for property at 190 North Maple Street be conditionally approved as presented and described based on the findings in the staff report and staff recommendations, submitted findings of facts, substantial compliance with the submitted site plans, and removal of 480 plus or minus square feet of pavers on, that's the north side of the house? South side of the house.
Have you completed your motion, Mr. Fedor?
I have,
Okay.
yes.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you for your second. Any further discussion? Roll call, Mr. Dale?
Yes. Josh Fedor.
Aye.
Josh Martin.
Aye.
Jim Hurst.
Mr. Fedor's argument has swayed me. Aye.
Amanda Miller.
Nay.
Motion passes 3 in favor.
Thank you. Good luck with your project. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. Again, I got to get to the right page. All right, now calling docket 2025-37-DSV, Astral Heights 11695 East 550 South at Zionsville, a variance pursuant to section 194-078 to reduce the 2-acre minimum lot size requirement, reduce the 30-foot required setback along US 421, reduce the 30-foot required greenbelt along US 421, and reduce the required number of foundation plantings required along the building's foundation in the urban US 421 Michigan Road Overlay Urban MRO District. If you would please make your staff report, and next time I'm going to bring more powerful readers, because these meetings run long.
Thank you. So the petition before you tonight, 2025-37-DSV, filed by Astral Heights at the property located at 11695 East 550 South, zoned urban neighborhood business, B1 zoning, within the urban Michigan Road overlay. The request, again, kind of to repeat what was just said, is is requesting they're requesting 4 different development standards variances to allow for the construction of a 2-story child care center, known as the Learning Experience, with associated parking and landscaping on a 1.29 acre lot. The variance requests are as follows. Reduce the minimum lot area required in the Michigan Road Overlay District for a non-residential use from 2 acres to 1.29 acres. Reduce the front setback along US 421 from 30 feet to 7 feet. Reduce the required green belt along US 421 from 30 feet to 7 feet. Eliminate the required foundation plantings along the north building elevation and on the south and west sides to install sidewalk and fence adjacent to the building with foundation plantings located directly outside those features. So the site is as it currently sits is vacant with a gravel driveway and is part of the Lost Run Farm subdivision. Even though it's zoned differently, it is still part of that subdivision. The proposed building is approximately 10,880 square feet with a proposed 34-space parking lot that will operate between 6:30 a.m. and 6:30 p.m. The surrounding uses are as follows. To the north of the site, you have a residential subdivision zoned R3 within the Rural Michigan Road Overlay District. To the east, across from US 421, is a vacant B1 parcel within the same overlay. To the south, you have vacant and small commercial parcel zone B1, also within the same overlay. And then on the west, you have 2 urban single-family residential lots, RSF2, that are also, again, within the same subdivision. And then staff notes that the lot's reduced size of 1.29 acres, which does not meet the minimum 2-acre standard for non-residential use, does create development challenges for the petitioner. However, this condition alone does not justify the granting of all the variances requested. Granting a variance, in order to grant a variance, staff analyzes and reviews 3 things. 1, the grant will not be injurious to the public health, safety, morals, and general welfare of the community. 2, the use or value of the area adjacent to the property included in the variance will not be affected in a substantially adverse manner. And lastly, strict application of the terms of the zoning ordinance would result in unnecessary hardship in the use of the property, and staff defines unnecessary hardship as all relevant factors taken together indicate that the land involved cannot yield a reasonable return because of unique circumstances. A claim of unnecessary hardship justifying a grant of a variance cannot be based upon a self-created condition. A mere showing of economic loss is not sufficient to warrant the granting of a variance. So regarding variance 1, to eliminate the required foundation plantings along the north building elevation and on the south and west sides to install sidewalk and fence adjacent to the building with foundation plantings located directly outside of those features, staff is unsupportive. While staff agrees that it meets points 1 and 2 of the analysis, it does not meet point 3, and I'll summarize, talk about those points. So for point 1, the grant will not be injurious to the public health, morals, and general welfare of the community. Staff agrees with the petitioner on this criterion. If granted, the elimination of the perimeter plantings on the north side of the building and installation of the sidewalks and fence with plantings adjacent to the south and west sides of the building will not be detrimental to the public health, safety, morals, or general welfare of the community. The petitioner's updated landscape plan includes additional plantings elsewhere on the site, and the proposed sidewalks and fencing improvements are expected to enhance pedestrian safety and site accessibility. For these reasons, staff concludes that the criterion has been met. For criterion 2, the use or value of the area adjacent to the property included in the variance will not be affected in a substantially adverse manner. Staff agrees with the petitioner on this criterion. If granted, the variance would still maintain landscapings around certain portions of the building along its perimeter and would still have a positive impact on the surrounding property values. The requested reduction in foundation plantings will not diminish the overall quality or visual character of the project to a degree that would adversely affect adjacent properties, nor would the variance hinder the development potential of surrounding parcels. However, for point 3, strict application of the terms of the zoning ordinance would result in unnecessary hardship. Staff does not agree with the petitioner on this criteria. The petitioner is requesting a partial modification of the foundation planting requirements along the west and south sides of the building and complete removal on the north side. However, staff finds that these design elements are design decisions rather than changes that are needed to overcome an inherent issue with the property. The petitioner could adjust the design to achieve full compliance. Specifically, the required perimeter plantings could be met by establishing the planting area first and then situating the proposed fence and sidewalk directly adjacent to it. For this reason, staff does not believe the criteria has been met. For variance 2, to reduce the minimum lot area from 2 acres to 1.29 acres in the urban Michigan Road Overlay District, staff does support the requested variance based on the 3 criteria. For the first one, the grant will not be injurious to public health. Staff agrees with the petitioner on this criteria. The development would follow existing development patterns that exist south of the project, like the Indiana Oral Surgery Associates building, that fall within the same subdivision and zoning classifications. Therefore, the project is not likely to be adverse to the public health, safety, and general welfare of the area. It follows already existing patterns in existing commercial areas along Michigan Road. Furthermore, if the variance is granted, the petitioner will remain subject to all other applicable development standards or will be required to obtain additional variances as necessary. These standards collectively serve to protect the community's health, safety, and general welfare. For point 2, the use of the values will not be impacted in a detrimental manner. Staff agrees with the petitioner on this criteria. The granting of the variance will not adversely affect surrounding properties. Without the variance, the parcel cannot fully comply with the zoning ordinance's development standards for non-residential development and may be rendered unbuildable. Approval of the variance will allow the lot to be developed, thereby enhancing its usability, which would increase the value of nearby properties. For these reasons, staff is supportive. For point 3, unnecessary hardship. In this case, staff is supportive because petitioner cannot meet the applicable development standards because the lot, as originally platted in 2004, does not conform to the lot size requirements imposed by the combined B1 zoning district and the Michigan Road Overlay requirements. While the zoning district permits of child care facility by right, it also limits all uses to non-residential development. The overlay imposes a 2-acre minimum lot size for non-residential lots. The property cannot inherently satisfy this requirement. This limitation is not self-created, as the petitioner did not participate in the original platting of the zoning of the property. Therefore, staff is supportive. For variance number 3, reduce the minimum front setbacks of 30 feet along US 421 to 7 feet in the urban Michigan Road Overlay District. Staff is not supportive of the requested variance. While staff agrees that points 1 and 2 have been met, point 3 has not been met. For point 1, staff agree, the grant will not be injurious to the public health, safety, morals, general welfare. Staff agrees with the petitioner on this criteria. The requested reduction of the setback from 30 feet to 7 feet will not negatively impact public health, safety, or morals. Due to the additional right-of-way dedications required for this project to go through, the effective distance between the proposed building and the Michigan Road will be comparable to what would have been required if the existing property lines had remained unchanged. As a result, clear sight lines, vehicular safety, and adequate green space will be maintained along Michigan Road. For those reasons, staff is supportive. For point 2, the use or value of the area adjacent to the property will not be adversely affected. Staff agrees with the petitioner on this criteria. If granted, the requested setback reduction will primarily affect the 2 building sides facing the road frontage, which would have been largely compliant if not for the required right-of-way dedications. While the residential properties to the southwest are the most likely to experience any potential impacts from the reduced setback, The proposal does not alter the side setback requirements for, that protect those properties. For point 3, unnecessary hardship, staff does not believe that the variance is necessary for the property to yield a reasonable return. There are feasible alternatives available that would allow the petitioner to develop the site in compliance with setback requirements. For example, the petitioner could reduce the overall building footprint or pursue a different commercial use that requires less building footprint and parking spaces that would conform to the setback requirements. More notably, Section 194.105, Table 9 requires 1 parking space per 8 pupils. Based on the submitted materials, the proposed facility would serve 170 to 190 children, necessitating only 24 parking spaces. However, the petitioner has chosen to provide 36 spaces, resulting in the encroachment into the front yard setback. Reducing the parking count to the required minimum could reduce or eliminate the need for the required variance. For these reasons, staff is not supportive. For variance 4, to reduce the green belt from 30 feet to 7 feet, I will try to summarize because it's similar to the other variance. For point 1, the grant will not be injurious to the public health and welfare of the community. Staff, the reduction of the green belt from 30 feet to 7 feet is not going to be negatively will not negatively impact because the required green belt calls for an area to be either grass or landscaped. With the additional right-of-way dedication required for this project, a 7-foot green belt measured from the revised property lines would generally comply with the intent of the standard as the original property lines remained unchanged. Consequently, clear sites are maintained, vehicular safety and adequate green space along Michigan Road would also be maintained. For point 2, will the variance be detrimental to property values around it? Staff agrees with the petitioner on this criteria. If granted, the requested reduction in the green belt to 7 feet will primarily affect the side facing US 421, which would have been close to being in compliance if not for the required right-of-way dedication. The right-of-way dedication will ensure that sufficient green belt is maintained while the residential properties to the southwest are the most likely to experience any potential impact from the reduced green belt. The proposal does not alter the side setbacks. And then for the last point, hardship, staff does not believe that the variance is necessary for the property to yield a reasonable return. There are feasible alternatives available that would allow the petitioner to meet the green belt requirement. And again, it goes back to being able to reduce the number of parking spaces, change commercial use, or modify the footprint of the building. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, staff. Any questions for staff before I invite the petitioner up? All right, if the petitioner would approach and state their name and address.
Good evening, board members. Kyle Russateritz with Denton's 10 West Market Street in Indianapolis. First of all, thanks for surviving a long evening. We'll try to keep it brief, but we do have some comments and a full presentation here. I do have the presentation on the screen. Given Mr. Fedor's electronic participation, if you would like paper copies, we can hand those out. So just let me know if the electronic presentation is difficult to view. Joining me this evening are members of the ownership and development teams from Astral Heights, Agent Development Group, and DeMeo Retail, including Brian Foxworthy and Del DeMeo. DeMeo Retail and Agent Development Group are a commercial real estate brokerage and development group with more than 50 years of combined experience and repeatable delivery, specializing in tenant representation for national, regional, and local retail brands. Their approach has earned trust of major retailers, including Albertson Companies, the state of Indiana, and Goodwill of Central and Southern Indiana, with their recent Zionsville project being the Goodwill project located at Zionsville Road and 96th Street. The petitioner has signed a long-term relationship with the Learning Experience. Originally started by a family operation in Florida who boasts over 40 years of experience, the Learning Experience is one of the fastest growing early childhood education franchisors in the United States. TLE offers daycare programs for children from 6 weeks old to 5 years old using a proprietary curriculum focused on academic, social, and cognitive development, learning through play-based activities, character-based education, sign language, and physical fitness. And in fact, according to an MIT study recently conducted, TLE children entering kindergarten outperform their peers at other preschools by almost 20 points higher than the national average. TLE nationally has over 50,000 students enrolled, 425 open locations, and another 250 under development. There are in fact 6 or more operating or under development located in the greater Indianapolis area, including in Fishers, Westfield, Noblesville, the Center Grove area, Plainfield, and Brownsburg. That the TLE real estate model is based on a turnkey 10,000 square foot footprint, touting safe, secure, private access, security cameras, access to age-appropriate technology, and a spacious fenced-in playground with designated areas for infants, toddlers, and preschoolers. Here in Zionsville, the learning experience would operate from approximately 6:30 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. on weekdays only, with no nighttime operation and no weekend operation, eliminating traffic after closure of the facility and eliminating traffic entirely on the weekends. As staff mentioned, enrollment would range in the 165 to 190 children total, with an average staff size of about 18 to 25 staff members. Average drop-off is a rolling drop-off of about 5 minutes per individual household, an average duration of pickup in the evenings being about 8 minutes, that rolling drop-off being in about that 7:30 to 9:30 window, pickup being in about the 4 to 5, 6 o'clock window. Boone County in early 2024 announced its receipt of a $70,000 planning grant to study aspects of childcare in Boone County. That included a Zionsville test. A recent study found that there were over 3,500 children in need of childcare services, while there were only 1,330 seats available in Boone County. We, the development team, are thrilled to bring an innovative, high-performing, quality daycare offering to this corridor of the town of Zionsville. The mayor himself has offered comments about the great need for daycare centers, daycare services in this corridor in Zionsville as a whole. TLE, the learning experience, has identified this site for many reasons. Prime location, a very main type corner enjoying great visibility. The intersection affords an east and west connectivity between Zionsville and Carmel residents, parents, caregivers seeking those daycare services. And the TLE demographic being a strong income household, average household income of a minimum of $850,000. If I can have the next slide here. We'll orient the site. Everyone on this panel, I'm sure, is well familiar. The site, if you can scroll just a bit north, the site, while being Block A within the Lost Run Farms subdivision, it was part of the overall subdivision when Lost Run Farms was subdivided over 20 years ago here, but ultimately falls outside of the residential portion of the subdivision. It was rezoned into the business district. Its current use is non-residential. That was prior approved by the town council. So for all intent and purposes, while it sits within a legal description of Lost Run Farms, that is the extent for which it is a part of Lost Run Farms. It is merely Block A within a subdivision. It is not subject to the declaration of covenants and restrictions of the residential subdivision. So we are merely dealing with the zoning ordinance and the 421 overlay district. But given its location, recipients of public notice included recipients within Lost Run Farms, Chelsea Park to the north, the Sanctuary to the east, their associated owners associations. We have not received any negative feedback on proposed variances from any of those neighbors. Each public notice letter included a short summary of the petitioner's development experience, the intended site development, the relationship with the learning experience. We are not aware of any remonstrance or other opposition opposition from any of the neighbors. We see a largely empty room, but certainly if there are any members of the audience, otherwise, we welcome a conversation or being made aware. But to this point, we have been made aware of no negative positions. In fact, we were made aware of just today of one resident along Templin Road supporting this petition. If you can move to the next slide, please, to introduce a site plan. If you can zoom out here, kind of maybe give a full slide view, maybe scroll to the left here. So I'll offer this site plan before it was included in the staff report, of course. We have met with staff 2 official times in a pre-filing and pre-hearing fashion, plus numerous impromptu and formal correspondence between my firm, the petitioner's engineer, Kimley Horn, who joins us this evening, over the last few months to discuss necessary adjustments to the proposed site plan. As I'll highlight later in my presentation, we had initially identified 10 variances that would be required from the original site plan. In collaboration with staff, I want to take a moment to pause. Mr. Dale, Roger Kilmer, Jonathan, other members of staff were part of those presentations and meetings. There's been a very back and forth collaborative environment. We have ultimately landed, of course, before you today with the 4 variances that staff has kindly walked through this evening. So I won't go through them one by one. But what I would, before I jump into our presentation specifically to speak to this board on why we feel strongly that our findings of fact support an affirmative vote, I want to welcome Brian Foxworthy of the development team to offer some comments from his perspective in relationship with the learning experience.
Thanks, Brian Foxworthy, 11234 East Highgrove Circle here in Zionsville. Been a resident here for 12 years now. Myself and my business partner, Del DeMeo, are the owner, developer of the subject property. We took ownership to this property about a year ago now, and TLE was one of our first tenants that we wanted to present this to. They made a site visit, immediately fell in love with it. They love the demographics, they love the corner. They really appreciate the east-west thoroughfare. Templin Road or 121st Street not only gives you access to Zionsville, but it also gives you access to West Carmel. And you look at the competing daycares in the area, they don't have that east-west thoroughfare. So that's something that really sold TLE. They're super excited about it. We're excited about it. We feel like the town of Zionsville should be excited about it. You know, me being a resident here for 12 years, I live just north of here, and I've been driving by this site for 12 years now, always wondering what could it be. And this is a use that we feel like is going to be good for everybody. So if you have any specific questions about TLE, I'm happy to answer any of them. Thanks.
Thank you, Brian. So as the staff report calls out, all relevant factors must be taken together. That includes existing development patterns in the corridor. That includes development constraints of this site. We look to the project's neighbors to the south, and if you can perhaps move to the next slide, please. What I want to call out for your attention here is we have been working closely with George Lewis and members of the overall Zionsville staff to identify development concerns. Respectfully, staff has largely ignored a key relevant factor here, that Michigan Road continues to widen. We have been instructed to reserve a 70-foot half right-of-way, which is an additional 20-foot of dedication in comparison to the 50-foot half right-of-way dedicated to the south. The depiction before you here, and if we could zoom in perhaps on this, the red aspect of this outline is that additional right-of-way that would be required to be dedicated. There's a 50-foot dedication along the western side of Michigan Road for all of the properties to the south of us. That additional red right-of-way of 70 feet pushes that 30-foot front setback as well as the overlapping 30-foot green belt further into the site than is being experienced by the Booth Dermatology and Indiana Oral and Facial Surgery Associates and the office space directly to the south of Indiana Oral and Facial Surgery Associates. If you can continue to the next slide, please. We have made an effort here to recognize that the intent of the overlay district is to preserve the setbacks, the sight lines, the general landscaping elements of real estate in this corridor. You will see that there are many instances highlighted in a red circle with lines and text boxes outlining those additional plantings not required by ordinance to create opportunities elsewhere on the site to replace those plantings that would have otherwise existed if the parking along the eastern boundary of the site that falls within that green belt and setback were not existing. If you can continue to the next slide, please. We try, and really, I'd ask if we can zoom as far into this table as possible. And again, I have hard copies here. We really want to call to the board's attention that the three properties directly to the south of us have very similar, but slightly greater in two instances, acreage sizes. The Booth Dermatology, Indiana Oral and Surgery in the office space are these first three rows. We have similarly sized buildings, larger buildings in fact, in two of the three instances of 12,000 square feet, 14,000 square feet. Those office users called for significantly more parking spaces, 60 parking spaces, 55 parking spaces. I call your attention to that office user having 6 more spots than as required. And this next column calling out the setback from Michigan Road. So for those three users having a 70-foot setback, 80-foot setback, and 60-foot setback from the drive aisle or the first parking stalls, we fall very much in line with that, a 76 and change foot setback there. And again, restricted by the unique nature of this site being at only 1.3 acres in total. As staff identified, minimum requirement in the urban district, 1 per 8 pupils at max capacity, would render our parking minimum requirement to be 24 total spots. We've offered 36 spots at the significant insistence by TLE to make sure that this site would be sufficiently parked for the safety and well-being of its users, of its children and children's parents and daycare users. In fact, TLE has insisted on 40 to 45 spots. In a aggressive negotiation, we have limited that to 36 spots. We call your attention to the final 3 rows of this table here. 3 similarly sized KinderCare, the Ness School, and Primrose daycare centers in Zionsville, Carmel, and Whitestown, and their parking needs, 33 spots, 40 spots, 50 spots in comparison to the 36 that we're asking for on similarly sized small lots. For many of you in the room, you'll know the KinderCare site just up the road on Michigan 421 in the Holiday Farms subdivision on the same side of the street here. We also call to the context of this site's location being in the Zionsville urban general business corridor of the Michigan Road overlay. There are significant differences between the urban and rural parking standards. If we were just on the north side of Templin, we are at the intersection of the urban and rural development overlay here. So if we were just north on the other side, the north side of Templin, we would be in the rural designation, which that would call for 1 per 6 pupils plus 1 per 2 employees. So it actually a minimum requirement of 45 parking spots. which would actually fall more closely in line with, again, the Nest School and Primrose School. So we are just providing, because, again, respectfully, all relevant factors must be taken into account when viewing that third standard, which staff has reiterated our inability to meet here. Additional development concerns, of course, include extension of sewer to the site. Working with George Lewis, two options being Zionsville from the north, Trico from the east. This coordination expense and development coordination calls for a sophistication of a developer like Agent, like DeMayo, like Astral Heights, the petitioner. It calls for a long-term user, a user that will that this isn't just an economic plus and minus economic loss. This is a coordination effort that takes skill, diligence, yes, there are other uses in the zoning designation, but you need to find that right user so that as Brian Foxworthy and other Zionsville residents drive by wondering what will finally happen on this Block A in Lost Run Farms that stood vacant for over 15 years here. At one point, it was a construction loading zone. Who is the right developer? Who is the right user? What is the market calling here? And what are those expenses that can be covered by the developer to offset some of those concerns that another user that might not have the same parking concerns or the same size building are not going to be able to exceed expectations and meet those obligations of the development. As I said, this hasn't been used by Lost Run Construction for over 5 years. We would argue probably over closer to 10 years. Next slide, please. I mentioned earlier this evening, I'm not going to go through this text. You do not have to get out your plus 5% readers here, Jim. But I want to highlight March 5th, March 11th, March 18th, June 24th, June 25th, June 30th, July 7th. We have met many, many, many times with Roger and others to identify how we could develop this site, going from 10 development standards down to those 4 development standards that, in fact, this board has approved or, in fact, even ignored in certain instances for sites to the south. That Indiana facial surgery or site does not have foundational plantings around the development. It has the same sort of setback variances that we're asking for tonight. I appreciate the time, the unique circumstances of the site, taking into consideration all relevant factors, our submitted findings of fact. We urge the board to consider all 4 and approve all 4 tonight. Thank you for obliging me the time you've afforded already. Thank you.
Thank you. Petitioners, or excuse me, board, do we have any questions for the petitioner?
How many employees will be there? 170 to 190 kids? That's a lot. So what's the employee head count?
Employee head count is up to 25 employees there. The total enrollment ranging from that 165 to 190 employees. We expect it is the TLE standard. They've identified for this intersection likely a total enrollment of closer to about 165. That doesn't necessarily mean, in fact, it doesn't mean that 165 students or children would be attending. There is enrollment, for example, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, or Tuesday, Thursday, or full-time students. And so I know many of us in the room have children who have gone through this process. There are students and friends who are that full enrollment, but we do not expect a day-to-day occupancy close to that 165 mark there. Of course, any local and state standards for number of faculty, the ratio between number of faculty and students will be met by TLE, rest assured.
I only ask because very familiar with this daycare, very familiar with this property. And the reason why it's sad is because it's a weird property and no one can figure out how to build on it. The entrance is an extensor weird. I'm shocked it sold. But I'm just asking because even with a pull-in system, I'm just trying to understand, like, so you would use, how many spots would be used full-time versus, be coming and going? People are going to be pulling in from one side and do a drop-off and pull out from the other side? Is that what you're saying?
Correct. There'll be a entrance off of Templin. We expect an entrance off of Michigan Road as well. Parking in a open spot. There is not a corral system or backup line. Every parent or caregiver will park, exit the vehicle with their child, take them to the front door for entrance to the facility. There's not a queue system there.
We'll call for public comment in a bit. Thank you.
And I'll just add to your question. I would say of the parking spaces that will be used, probably 70 to 80% will be used at any given time.
Yeah, which is another reason for their recommended 40 to 45. They've agreed for this given site, again, with that enrollment number down to 165, that can suffice for the full-time employees, the staff of the site, and then the temporary parking in the morning and in the evening, in the afternoon for caregivers to pick up their students' children.
Anything else for the petitioner at this time, or are we ready for public comment?
I just have one. Has there been any traffic studies for the, I guess, entrance and exit off of 421?
Yeah, we haven't performed one yet, given feedback from staff, coordination with other members of the town. We expect that there may be one conducted at development plan stage, but at the advice of during staff meetings, we had not conducted one. Anything to add from that context?
Just one thing. Brian Sheward, Kimley Horn Associates, offices at 500 East 96th Street, Suite 300, Indianapolis. I've talked quite extensively to George on this, and you had made a good note about how unique the site is with access and everything. There's two current curb cuts to the site, one off Templin, it's a gravel kind of entry, and then there's an entrance on the south, there on Templin. And then on the southeast corner, there's a kind of frankly broken up concrete entrance off Michigan Road. There's a median, you can see it there on Michigan Road directly east of that entry point. Our intent would be to match the same entry on Michigan. With that median there, it effectively renders it a right in, right out. This client, or this TLE, there was some concern at a preliminary level that northbound traffic turning left onto Templin and wanting to enter in peak hour could be a concern with backup to the intersection. This was expressed to us. You'll notice there's a pork chop in there. This TLE is committed to be okay with a right in, right out on Templin as well. So that was a big relief from the town at the time, from George specifically. Because you effectively have a site with two right-in, right-outs. There's not a lot of users that would be okay with that, but this user was. So I think that's another important note, but we'd have to dig into that further at the development plan level. So, thanks, Brian.
If you take a seat, I'll invite public comment. If there's anyone from the public that wishes to speak, they can come up and give their name and address.
My name is Bob Coma, and I'm at 21 Lost Run Lane in the Lost Run Farm subdivision. And I think you addressed some of the traffic issue. I've gone over the plans, and, the facility is great. My concern is that the intersection at Templin and Michigan Road is very inefficient. We have a transition coming from the north from 2 lanes into 4. And addressed the northbound traffic on Michigan. We have a turn lane. And that turn lane backs up, and that intersection gets very congested, and the view isn't good for a right turn. So if there are parents coming on Templin to make a right, that's going to be very congested, which I'm sure the lights could be timed a little better. My concern, and I did not do the math, is if the drop-off takes 5 minutes per child, and there are 28 spaces, and you have a 20-person staff, 20 spaces are taken up. And if you just go through a little bit of the timing of that peak period, it looks like we're going to back up onto Templin or Michigan Road, just because of the lights. So it seems to me that there's got to be some type of turn lane or increased capacity for backup. And especially for a daycare center, to have congested traffic doesn't seem to be what we're looking for. So I just wanted to make that point that it gets addressed. The other issue is, and we have that existing on Templin, especially with the new subdivision to the north, cars pull over onto the right-of-way of Lost Run and run it. And if they're backed up from the intersection, that's about the only thing they can do is pull into the grass. The property owners repair that, so that's not a pleasant thing either. So I just want to bring it to your attention.
Well, thank you for sticking with us so long tonight, too.
Yeah, that was a long wait.
Is there anyone online that wishes to speak? Nope. If the petitioner would like to respond.
I just want to maybe interact with the gentleman who just spoke, just to make sure that we have an opportunity to introduce you to the developers, if we can exchange information, just in case you had any concerns or questions after the meeting. We'd be happy to share your information or share our information with you. As Brian touched on, traffic backup, right in, right out has been a topic of conversation. It will continue to be during the development plan stage. The site plan as presented has been approved by TLE with access as shown, as Brian highlighted. You need to find the right user who can agree to that sort of access. We feel as though the urban parking standards fall below really what would facilitate the traffic pattern to be in the most safe environment for really any user, but particularly TLE. So that was why we're asking for those spots that would be in excess of what the ordinance requires. I don't think, given there were no other public comments, I'll offer any, but happy to answer questions from the board.
Board, do you have any questions for the petitioner at this point? I'll start with one. Help me out why we can't do foundation plantings.
Sure. If we can zoom into the site, just so, again, all of our tired eyes can see better. So the TLE's safety plan and site design includes on the north side of the building, the south side of the building, and then into the rear of the building, on the west side into the play area, a 4-foot security fence. Security may be aggressive, but a 4-foot fence so that as children exit the building to the north and the south, they are then corralled, if you will, to their play areas. Logically speaking, the foundational plantings, if with the fence installed on the north and south being probably the most visible, would be invisible to anyone parking or certainly anyone in the public right-of-way, because they would be blocked from the fence. Also, reverting back to significant concerns about site layout and the lack of space if we start entertaining an environment where you have foundational plantings, sidewalk, fence, we are then extending or encroaching into other setbacks. So a bit of lesser of two evils to avoid any encroachment to the south and to the north. As you can see on the site plan, what we've suggested for the board's consideration is that the foundational plantings on the south side of the building just fall outside of the fence area as opposed to up against the foundation. Similarly, on the on the west side of the building, we've just moved it away from the walkway that the children will enjoy. And then on the north side of the building, again, we could place plantings on the exterior of that fence, but we prioritized making sure that those individuals parking nose in on those, and certainly those ADA spots would have access to a walkway as opposed to blocking that with, what I'll call replacement foundational plantings there. Long-winded answer, so I'll stop there.
Well, no, the fence is basically opaque. You can't see through the fence. Why would I install foundation?
Yes, sir.
One of my own buildings enjoys a variance for no foundational plantings because it's a food facility, and there were reasons for it, right? And so I accept what you've said there. To me, this is more of a comment than a question, but stay up there because I'll have more. The variance on the property zoned to be able to do this, but it got zoned to do this at 1.29 acres with a two acre requirement. And that's something to me we ought to just fix. For this user, for the next user, whatever, I think we ought to fix that. The setback, it's all tied to that you're having to give some more right-of-way to Michigan Road because they're going to expand it at some point, right? Is that what this really comes down to?
It really does. So you'll see in the staff report, the variance request, the staff identified a 30-foot setback. We're asking for a variance down to 7 feet. If we were not required to dedicate that additional 20 feet, really our encroachment would be 3 feet as opposed to 23 feet there. So the encroachment is entirely on the eastern, the Michigan Road side, and you can see the north-south line that runs basically at the sort of call it entrance to the parking spots. If you eliminated those, I believe it's 15 spots, 13 vertical, and then the 2 down on the southern property line, you're only encroaching with a drive aisle by that 3 feet. I think we calculated it was about 2.7 feet there. So yes, it is largely due to that dedication and the additional safety measures for additional parking for the site.
In my time serving on BZA and on Plan Commission, I've seen projects go in that I was excited to see go in, and then I see them get built, and I think, I miss some questions, right? Just the way it is. This is a pretty key entry point into Zionsville. It's a lot of visibility. It's one of the things that you've explained attracted your client to the property and their proposed use here, which I think is a perfectly appropriate and wonderful use to have here in Zionsville. But how things look matter. So, I know this is BZA. It's not doing landscaping standards and that sort of stuff. But help me understand how I'm going to be excited to see this as I drive into Zionsville.
Well, certainly the building and the structure and the design will meet the required Zionsville theme and the additional development standards and aesthetics required of the overlay. We have attempted, particularly given the elevation of the site, to include those plantings in the green belt as well as to the north to make sure that there is a aesthetically pleasing landscape plan surrounding the site, while balancing the interests both of those passersby, as you're referencing, kind of a gateway corner to Zionsville, also with the landscaping buffering offered in the rear to make sure that they're, given that there are Zionsville residents just on the other side of landscaping in the Lost Run Farms wall. So there's a balancing act there that we have found collaborating with staff to make sure that we chose the right encumbrance there. To offer some more comments about sort of aesthetic elements, maybe I'd welcome one of the Bryans if they had additional comments here if they had, but that's my answer to your question, board member.
I think we've looked at this so many different ways, and we've tried to figure out, is it better to encroach on the front along Michigan Road because we're dedicating 20 extra feet of right-of-way that others to the south have not? Or is it better, and in that first option, which is what we're presenting, really honoring that big setback, existing large tree that's along the back property? We're not encroaching on Lost Run Farms here. In fact, we've got 70 feet of separation on that, which is 2 times the building height. It's what the ordinance would require there. We could pick this whole thing up and slide it to the left, to the west, create more space up front. We can't do that on the fly today, and I'm not suggesting we do that. But we were kind of caught between which is the better option to encroach. We've got a kind of a fixed, tight site. We can encroach on one side or encroach on the other. We felt, and we talked openly with staff, they didn't tell us which way to go, but we talked openly about it. We felt because of the 20-foot dedication on the front, the fact that you're still going to have a good green buffer along that frontage, I think it's very consistent feel as you drive up and down the road when you compare it to other projects. We opted for this when we submitted it, and that yielded that encroachment on the front. Obviously, through the development plan process, we're going to have to show architectural elevations and the things that you're asking for, so I'm not trying to beat around the bush, but I did want to point out we had an option to slide it back and forth, and we opted to honor the neighborhood because of the 20-foot extra dedication on the front. So I don't know if that helps explain kind of the pickle that we were in as we're trying to figure out the lesser of the evils as we're trying to figure.
We're trying to do a lot on a small site. You have demonstrated, other people have pulled it off, and maybe they didn't have much of right of way they had to dedicate.
Not that
And I
many
would say
people
we
coming
gave-
and going, quite frankly.
We gave noted consideration for the existing developments to the south. Where this site plan sits, as Brian just mentioned, kind of the shifted east to encroach in the greenbelt aligns with the properties directly to the south, the 3 properties to the south, whether one of them has a drive aisle, one of them has parking, and then their drive aisle in a similar fashion to us. But you can, the purpose, many of the purposes of the overlay district was to create that consistency. And we thought here to preserve that natural buffering in the rear and capture the consistency on this western side of Michigan Road was what was best suited from an aesthetic perspective.
I've talked a long time. Anybody else have any?
They were good questions. I mean, I think you're trying to fit a lot on a weird laid out lot. I think you did the best way that you could. And I mean, I think what you did is probably, but I think also, you are going to have a really hard time. I think you have too little spots, but I know you're going in this limitation. I know daycare as well. I've got 3. And I think there's going to be a big line out there. And honestly, it takes me 10 to 15 minutes to get in and out of daycare, putting bags down and, hug, one more hug. So I don't see those spots being turned over that quickly. But I mean, yeah, those are just comments, quite frankly, but.
I'll mention that, the question of ingress and egress on Templin Road came up with staff. And it was our understanding that the petitioner was reluctant to, incur the cost of a traffic impact study, not knowing whether the use would even be allowed. So we were, acquiesced to the fact that perhaps if this request is granted, then they may be required to undergo a traffic impact study as part of the development plan review process in front of the Plan Commission.
Sorry, Mr. Dale, they
Yeah.
would be required or they may be required?
Well, we'll see what happens to the TAC committee, review of the development plan, and see if if staff believes it's warranted. But we suspect it's warranted at this point, but we haven't gone that far.
I would have questions about traffic.
Yeah.
I just wouldn't.
Okay.
Well, just a reminder, the Plan Commission can require it even if the staff doesn't want it. The Plan Commission has that authority also, so as a member of the Plan Commission, it's all on you,
We'll see
Jim.
in a few,
I don't have to figure it out now, is that what you're saying,
Not
Mr.
tonight,
Taylor?
but-
Okay.
we'll see in a few months, Jim, if that's okay.
If you felt strongly about it now, you could make that as a condition of approval. If that would, cause you some more.
My term technically ends the end of December. Somebody else's problem.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, as I said, we have considered that as an issue.
I'm asking this as a question to anyone who has the answer, but are we at all worried with the variance and setbacks with access with just fire trucks, ambulances, any of that? Not to mention expansion of Michigan or plans for that. I'm just more talking about safety because it is a daycare. I'm just bringing up the concern.
There's a lot going on there.
Yeah,
And those issues will be addressed in TAC.
okay.
For the development plan, which would come later, come next. Would come
Yes.
next. So those are good questions, but staff will be all over that.
But not our questions, I think.
I guess to allow for a variance, though, my thought is I'm allowing it knowing that those things will be resolved in that, which you're just crossing your fingers they do, quite frankly, right? Is that essential?
It'll be addressed, fire safety issues will be addressed in TAC. The fire department will be there. They'll be
Okay.
at TAC.
Okay,
That's how it
good.
works. And all the
No,
public
I mean,
safety
like,
issues, all of that, they'll
to the
be,
extent, there's a lot of things that have been done that maybe are, maybe it did get reviewed, but maybe not to the best of its ability, just like we all make mistakes. So I'm just making sure that it, you're just kind of you're just basically moving forward with the fact that it will be resolved in someone else's corner.
yeah, you are having to trust the staff and the Plan Commission to do certain things. I understand that, but I just.
I'm just
yeah, I
trying to
wanted-
I'm just trying to understand.
Yeah. Yeah, I just wanted to say, I've been to TAC and they're like,
I have two, they're
all kinds of
amazing.
people in the meeting.
No, they are amazing,
But
yeah.
staff will, your fire department will be heard.
I just want to add too, with TAC, given the discussion, we have in our template motions, we have just a standard comment about tying compliance, or tying approvals to substantial compliance with the submitted site plans. Understanding that if this goes through TAC, for example, fire may want you to redesign your parking lot somehow. Because of those possible comments from maybe fire or DPW, consider not including that in the sample motion, tying approval to substantial compliance with the submitted site plan. Because what I would not want happening is approval being attached to this site plan, going to TAC, and fire saying, we can't get our fire truck through your parking lot, so you got to redo it. And then now you've deviated from the site plan that was approved by BZA. So if those are concerns, maybe don't include that in your motion. That way we can avoid that headache.
Which would be the third bullet point. Mr. Fedor, Mr. Martin, do you have any questions or comments? Can't hear you, Josh.
Sorry. I guess it's a point of order. Do we need to suspend rules? We hit that 10 o'clock magic moment. Do we need to suspend rules at some point in time here?
What was explained to me when I asked earlier is because we had opened the case, we're fine. We
Okay.
opened the case before 10.
I didn't know, so.
But this will be the last case.
Yeah.
That's the rule.
Thankfully. I guess
7 a.m. meeting tomorrow.
I want to reiterate Jim's points, and this is, I hate using this word, this is kind of like another Sitco lot in Zionsville. It is kind of a gateway into our community. So I'm very concerned about what we do here. I understand the foundation plannings, that makes sense. I think it's a very challenging lot to build on. I'm really not having too many problems with this at this time. I mean, I'm sure there's gonna be some things that pop up at the next stage of planning commission. But as of now, I don't really have much of a problem with this.
Well, are we ready for motions?
Jonathan, which motion did you say we had to be careful on with the substantial compliance of? Was that?
I'm gonna let Jose answer because I don't have it in front of me. I just
Yeah.
know we keep it as a kind of like a template wording.
Yeah, essentially, yeah. So all the template recommendations say approved as presented and described based on findings in the staff report and staff recommendations, submitted findings of fact, and then the third bullet point says substantial compliance with submitted site plans. So that's the one if you guys are,
On all four motions, correct?
Correct. Additionally, while I have you guys here, I'd also like to point out that in my conditional approval one that I just put there for you guys to have, the third point I accidentally have with optional subdividing and. Please ignore that. That was a typo.
Okay.
If I may just ask a clarifying question, the staff's explanation of that would be removal of that third bullet point if the board were so inclined to consider that motion.
Well, I'm going to look at legal and see if he's happy with us doing that.
Yeah, I mean, I would follow what Jonathan recommends.
Okay.
In this
It
regard.
makes sense to me, but.
Yeah, I do. I think he's making a good point. Because it eliminates the need for us to come back here again and again or have a compliance issue.
Thank you, Jonathan. Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Okay, I'll back to asking for motions.
I move that docket 2025-37-DSV Development Standards Variance to eliminate the foundation planings along the north side of the building and on the south and west side to install a sidewalk and fence adjacent to the building with the foundation planes located directly outside those features within the Urban Michigan Road Overlay District for proposed Child Care Center at 11695 East, 550 South B, approved as presented and described based on the findings of the staff report, submitted facts, findings of facts, and evidence presented during the public hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Fedora. Do we have a second? I'll second it. Any further discussion? Mr. Dale, would you take roll?
Josh Fedor.
Aye.
Jim Hurst.
Aye.
Josh Martin.
Aye.
Amanda Miller.
Aye.
It passes.
Are we ready for two?
Yeah, sorry, thank you. We are ready for the second motion if you're prepared to make it.
Yep, I move that docket 2025-37-DSV Development Standards Variance to reduce the minimum lot area from 2 acres to 1.29 acres in the Urban Michigan Road Overlay District for a proposed child care center at 11695 East, 550 South B, approved as presented and described based on the findings in the staff report and staff recommendations, submitted findings of facts, evidence presented during the public hearing.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Any further discussion? Mr. Dale, would you take roll?
Josh Fedora.
Aye.
Josh Martin.
Aye.
Amanda Miller. Jim Hurst.
Aye.
Motion passes.
And we would be ready for the third motion on the setback. Well, the next two are on setbacks, but 2025-37 DSV is the motion we'd be ready for.
All right, I move the docket 2025-37-DSV Development Standards variance to reduce the minimum front setback of 30 feet along 421 to 7 feet in the Urban Michigan Road Overlay District for a proposed child care center at 11695 East, 550 South, be approved as presented and described based on the findings of the staff report, staff recommendations, submitted findings of facts, and evidence presented during the public hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Fedora. Do we have a second? I will second. Any further discussion? Mr. Dale, if you would take roll.
Josh Fedor,
Aye.
Jim Hurst,
Aye.
Amanda Miller,
Aye.
Josh Martin.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you. And for the fourth motion, Mr. Fedor, do you wish to continue or do you want some help?
Sure, I'm on a roll.
All right.
I move that docket 2025-37-DSV Development Standards variance to reduce the green belt of 30 feet along 421 to 7 feet in the Urban Michigan Road Overlay District for a proposed child care center at 11695 East, 550 South be approved as presented and described based on the findings in the staff report, staff recommendations, submitted findings of facts, evidence presented during the public hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Fedor. Do we have a second? I'll second. Thank you, Mr. Martin. Any further discussion? Mr. Dale, would you call roll?
Josh Fedor,
Aye.
Josh Martin,
Aye.
Amanda Miller, Jim Hurst.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Let's see here. I got to get back to the agenda.
No other matters.
No, no other matters to be considered. I move that we adjourn. Second?
Second.
Second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Good night. You good? Good night. You good? The real chairman's back next.